Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Wednesday, July the 7th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know if you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you very much. All right, guys. Yeah, so I did take a little pre-market trade in DARE, D-A-R-E. They had some news, something about the Gates Foundation giving them a grant. So I did take a little pre-market trade here, kind of waited for this area right there, 220, I think it was 226. Well, I should get up to all the way up here. There's some resistance on one of those charts. So I was a little skeptical it would keep going. And as it came down, I sold at 254. And yes, I would almost guarantee, I might be wrong, but VVOS, I did not short this one. I wanted to, but I just got distracted briefly. And by the time I saw it again, it had already given up 50 cents. I didn't feel like chasing it down. VVOS popped up on, what the heck, what was the reason? Yeah, 97% effective. That was their independent study shows 97% of Vivos patients achieve their desired treatment outcome. Yeah, it's pretty good. Anyway, but it is really fallen from 672 down to 517. I sure real remembers this one from yesterday. DTST. What a nice gap up. DTST gap up this morning. A little bit of movement after hours yesterday. And look at this big gap up for DTST. I think this was one that you in the 7 level. Let me see if that makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is one that you looked at right around here. Anyway, DTST. I don't see any specific reason for this move. DTST. But look at the room it's got. If it wants to keep going, let's see. We're at 1289 right there. Look left on that monthly chart, 1740. Let's see, it's going to get there. Same 1526. So it has got some room still before it hits any resistance for DTST. It's a low float, so you've got to be careful. It's already traded. Look at that, 8.6 million. So it's traded the float over 4 times already. Now this one from yesterday, actually this looked like it was sliding this morning, but I think it's rebounding here. PBTS. This was a nice one from yesterday, PBTS. And it is starting to move again. Give me a moment, please. All right, Tiger, T-I-G-R, like a lot of China stocks yesterday, got really beaten up. I'm only bringing this to your attention just in case this is just a momentary pop. It looks like it could be. I mean, it's up 3%. It's a little higher when it was up here, of course, at 2287, but starting to drift down again. I don't see any specific news on it other than, traders maybe trying to look to see if it can have any sort of a bounce. Yeah, especially with that float reel, 2 million in the float. EFC, guys, EFC could be interesting. Then a financing's at $8.22, so it's a little bit below the financing price. EFC, fair amount of volume coming in already. OPNT. Morning, Zach. OPNT. It's an opioid play. You see they've got some positive data. Look at that move after hours yesterday. Got all the way up to 23. Not shortable for me, or actually 24.20 or so. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Unfortunately, this looks like it's, could really start to slide here. Yeah, we don't give advice like that. AG, what's a good price to sell Amazon? We don't give advice like that in this room. Some people might have some I don't look at Amazon at all, but it never sell Amazon. I'm kidding, but let's see, BSQR. I think it's a financing. If I can read between the lines on that, $50 million, something to do with Riley. BSQR. Of course, this was a big one yesterday. ONCS is a collaboration with Merck. See if it's still holding. So they announced that news after hours yesterday. Spiked right up to 581. It's pulled all the way back. I mean, that's a big pullback, over $2. Yeah, Blinn. High flyer from yesterday. Just looking at Blinn also, gapping down. The other one, another high flyer, MRIN, gapping down. I mean, these things had tremendous runs. Blonder BDR, Blonder Tongue. Yeah, that's the craziest name ever. BDR had a big move after hours yesterday. And the reason being, so they received a forgiveness of a $1.7 million loan. Okay, now let me do a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. All right, well, they are a little late in getting that information. There we are. Okay. Usually comes up at 9:10. And we have a few not too many upgrades, not too many downgrades. Take a look. CCXI actually getting an upgrade from Stifel. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Looking to see if anything from Goldman. I don't see anything from Goldman in either one of them. So they're the be all and the end all. Remember they had a short on LLNW yesterday that really caused that stock to move lower. Not a short, but just a downgrade. Which I guess is in essence a short. All right, there you have it. Upgrades, downgrades. Now, if you were in the room yesterday, I was pointing out there. Look how much more quiet it is to start the day. Anyway, when I was pointing this out, both of these windows were jam full. I would have to scroll down to see them all, and so definitely a little more quiet today in terms of the gap up and gap downs. Big C, let's take a look at Big C, BIGC, Big C. Big Commerce. Okay, yeah, that's why I don't see it. It's a little out of the price range I like to trade, but yeah, for those of you who like to don't mind this range, looking left on that monthly chart, $92 is the high on the monthly. My guess is on the weekly. There's a high right there of 71, so it's almost there. After that, 76. So if it gets through that 71, then the next high is 76 on the weekly chart. Amazon fulfillment integration. Okay. I do see the news. Pitbull in the house again today. Well, I was kind of watching DIDI for a potential pop here, guys, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen. DIDI in the news, questioning why the heck did they do this IPO? And, I'm almost questioning gold. I mean, look at all the people behind it. How could they not known that there could be some regulatory issues? Wink, wink. Anyway, DIDI not having a fun IPO, guys. The Uber of China. Give me a moment, please. Are you talking about the app takedown in China? Wasn't that already? Wasn't that already announced, or is there some other news? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, if they're talking about the app, like the app, I mean, if it's like Uber, I mean, if you don't have an app, then look out. I mean, yeah. So checking some of the flyers from yesterday, there's a Zila XLEA had a huge run at the end of the day, followed through. I almost took this one after hours. I just missed my entry. This was just going to be a short-term hold, but I was trying to get it just around 250. Missed my entry. Might want to keep an eye on it. I mean, I know it's down 5% and 6%, but it's also because it had the tremendous run at the end of the day. So let's just watch this one. 11.8 million in the float. To get up to after hours, it got up to, or actually this morning it even got up to $3. What's the high here? 311. So I mean, if it can somehow take out that high again, I'm going to stick an alert up here. 312. I'm going to stick an alert for XELA around 312. Because if it takes it out, I mean, look what could possibly happen. And it's a low float, 11.8 million in the float. I didn't see the phase either, Zach. It just said positive data. I was looking for the phase also. It just says trading higher after the company announced positive top line results, but I don't see what phase it is. Why we're, of course, interested in, if it's phase one, well, it's nice, but, you can see a lot of phase from that. Phase two, a little bit nicer, but still some. Phase three is what you want to see. to maybe sustain a, the enthusiasm. But right now they're not. No clue. I'm sure somewhere there's something somewhere, but. What's holding nicely is this DTST. DTST is holding nicely pre-market, very nicely. Now, as Real pointed out earlier, I mean the spread. Number one, the spread's going to be the spread's okay right now, but 2 million in the float, 2 million in the float. So it's going to be very, very whippy. Witness what happened several months ago. You see these huge topping tails. Remember, at one point, the buyers had it up here. Sellers knocked it way down. Did the same thing the following month, and not quite as dramatic the month after that. So there is history of this, having these pops and then being beaten down. But all we can do is wait and see. It's through the 200-day now. It touched it yesterday, but it is through the 200-day moving average now. Morning, Dev. Well, there's always a hope. Is there any potential for holding? When I see posts like that, I always wonder, does that mean you're in it and you're in it a lot higher and you're hoping it'll go back up? All I could really see was a side letter with Riley for a $50 million. I'm going to say a $50 million financing. They're going to sell shares up to $50 million. So, what that price is, and I can't really see. I mean, there's your news for B Square, okay? Yeah, that NEGG, big IPO run. And another nice little pop. All-time high right now, 29.69. It hit 29.69 yesterday, so in pre-market, it's just a little bit above that right now, NEGG. What a run it's had. I mean, look at this 2-week run. Wow. A triple. The way this, I thought this was, okay, was this a SPAC before? I just don't know. Newegg, I recall Newegg a long time ago. But typically the SPACs always trade right around that $10 level. So, for several months it did absolutely nothing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You're in a parking lot with this money, and then all of a sudden, boom. Just wonder, Lily, why they don't make the announcement. About what phase it's in. Why do they keep you guessing? Why don't they make you dig? Now we'll say this about the more expensive stocks, okay? Which OPNT is. They don't have, well, there's no hard and fast rule, of course, but the ones that get absolutely slammed typically are the cheaper bios, okay? The ones that are, probably under $5 that have these big moves in the pre-market on phase 1 or 2, and then they typically fade. Again, not 100% of the time. The more expensive ones, which OPNT certainly falls into, may not do quite that. So Newegg in the States is when you say like Best Buy, but of course it cannot be as big as Best Buy. Or are they only an online retailer? They don't have physical stores for Newegg? Online only, thank you. Okay. What was Best Buy doing? Had an interesting day yesterday, big down day yesterday for. It did, EJ, it did. Okay, give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, EFC. Ooh, EFC now breaking down underneath 18. So their financing is at 1812. That's a big right now. What's looking left? The next low looking left is 1770. So, wow, if it takes out 1770, then the next low is 1595. So, I mean, this could be interesting. I'm going to stick an alert. Is that right? The next low? Yeah, 1770. So I'm going to stick an alert there. See if it. Yeah, there's something going on with my price alerts. Well, it looks like they did. I mean, it looks like something to do with Riley, B. Riley, $50 million. You have to read the news. See, there's the news. Entered a side letter with B. Riley Securities, etc., etc. Letter confirming understanding that issuance and sale of up to 50 million shares. So, all right, Zach, thank you. So let's keep an eye on OPNT then. Well, of course, for real, and not you, I know, but there are no shorts available for us. I'm waiting. Don't let me down, real. There we go. And no, that's not a stock in lowercase. But is it a stock? No. All right, guys, I'm getting set for this open. DTSD is really, I mean, it's holding. I mean, for such a low float. It's holding here. It's pretty impressive. And actually a decent spread for such a low float. Let's see if it cracks. I mean, you got the 1351 pre-market, or 13, yeah, about 1350 or so in the pre-market. I'm going to stick an alert just over 13 and see if it takes out that whole number. And see what happens after that. All right, guys, we have 15 seconds before this market opens. Now, typically, I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I like to see things settle down just a little bit. Just a minute, let me get rid of this. All right, well, let's have a great trading day, everybody. As always, I'll be waiting for my option scanner, see if anything happens from the option scanner. This is pretty impressive. DTST just kind of holding tough here on what I consider is no news. I don't see any news. Hey, good morning, Kev, if I haven't. All right, for some reason I have an alert for INUV, maybe to take out $1 here. INUV, must have put that alert a while back. There's the high 109, so after that, man, oh man, 169 if it continues, guys. That's on the monthly chart anyway. To check the weekly chart, a little more resistance on the way up on the weekly chart, but I don't know what's going on. It's on a low float, 98 million for a $1 stock. That's a lot. All right, there's the DTST just taking us. Come on. Well, briefly, look at this. Briefly, it took out 13. Reset that alert, see if it happens a little bit later. I just don't like trading in the first 15 minutes. This is exactly the sort of thing that can happen. You know, this looked like it was going to pop right through 13, and it fell right back. Let's take a look at ATOS. I think I did see ATOS pre-market. Yeah, did see it, but I think it was sliding, so it's only up 1%, 1.5% right now. Sue, the trade of the week, SPRT is doing quite well. What was the trigger? 441, I think. 441 yesterday. So had a lot of opportunities to get into it if you wanted to. SPRT. Look left on that weekly chart. 499. So that's taking care of that so far. 550 is the next high. 545. So 545, 550 could be the next areas if it gets up there that it could stall. If it gets up there, I'm not saying it is, but if it can crack through that, you know, as we're speaking about SPRT, if it can crack through that, then look over here, we have almost 10. So if you're in this one, next areas to be wary of, around 550 for the SPRT. Meanwhile, let's see what the markets are doing to start. So Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little, NAS is up. So as we speak, no disconnect. There was disconnect yesterday. I think tech was up, Dow was down. All right, just waiting. Not anything, nothing so far in the basic new highs or lows. Nothing so far. All right, guys. Well, I will declare this is a winner for the trade of the week. How you trade this going forward, it's up to you. But if you got this at 441 or close, and the stock is at 526 or so, you know, I mean, these are meant for longer term holds. How you trade them will be up to you. But that's almost a 20%, and now look what happened. I mean, right back down. So, but that was, you know, it was 20%. take a look at VIPS, VIPS. That's a so another China stock. So the high looking left on the daily chart is 934. After that, we've got 2013. So, it's got some room. If we can take out that 934, it's got some room maybe to crawl its way up to 20. Okay, a lot of volume just came into BSQR. A lot of volume. BSQR. Let's take a look at BSQR. Refresh my memory about how much. So 12 million in the float. So pretty big volume coming in right now in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, man, that was a bad candle. That's all you can say about that one on the SPRT. Look at that big topping tail. Just as I was talking about it, maybe taking some profit. I mean, how you trade these, it's completely up to you. All I know is that if I had a 20% gain, I've got to take something off. You know what? I didn't mention this one. I know it's on the watch list. I posted it. VXRT. Yeah, I had some news. If this is some kind of a worldwide license with Altisa, something. So that is the deal with. I'm sorry, with VXRT. So when you look left on the daily chart, what do you see? You see 812 is the next high. If it can somehow, break that, and look at the volume coming in. It's not a low float, 121 million in the float, so it's certainly not a low float. Then the next highs looking left are around 880 or so. CCXI actually had an upgrade this morning. CCXI had an upgrade. Yeah, so that upgrade is helping for sure. I'll refresh my memory on who actually. And that was, that's right, that was Stifle. CCXI, Stifle upgrade. So that is helping this for sure. Last month, the high was 1480. Just sort of see if it can somehow get maybe even to 15. It might have a chance. I mean, this had a terrible month 2 months ago. Absolutely terrible month. Yeah, I mean, if this can ever get going, I have to stick an alert. Let's see, I'm going to stick an alert around 15 for this one, just in case. All right, VXRT holding over 8. And again, there's that high, 812. So it's right at that high of 4 days ago. And it's just trying to take this out. Good volume coming in. I mean, it's a big float though, 121 million in the float. So, you know, it is a big float. And it is moving. Next high looking left, as I said before, is around 875. But it is early. Yeah, I mean, the longer this holds, well, it's gone. It's going. VXRT is, well, took out that high of 4 days ago, like nothing now. Next area right up here. I mean, you want to take these early trades. I mean, it's fine. Just recognize that they can be very whippy. The only thing about this one is that probably a little less whippy than some of the other ones because of that float, 121 million. Wikra, good morning. Welcome to the room. So if you're in this one, guys, again, there's your next level up here. I know Real has got some fibs. Just look at the chart though, 873 or so. I mean, there's your stumbling block right now. Again, a worldwide license with, I think Altisa is a private company. It's funny now, you know, when I first read it, I didn't see the price, $130 million license agreement. So $130 million license agreement with a company called Altisa. I don't think Altisa is a public company. Altesa. I don't think it's a public company. For some reason, I've got this one thumbnailed and BON. Can't remember why I have this thumbnailed. Okay, so this is kind of interesting. I mean, the volume is light right now. We don't even have a float. We don't have float for it. No information about it. I guess this was an IPO here. It's either an IPO or a name change. Been pretty successful, actually. All right, I'm going to stick an alert just over $11 for BON. And I just took it out immediately. Let me stick this alert up here, then 11.18. It's kind of interesting. The high of yesterday was, wow, I mean, this got up to $12 yesterday. Okay, so it was an IPO 3 weeks ago or 2 weeks ago, I guess. Okay. All right, well, there's your pullback for VXRT. It is an animal. Wow, no kidding. Is it ever an animal? We talked about this in the pre-market. It was just kind of resting here. It is an animal. What is the spread like? Ah, son of a... Say it for me, guys. Don't print it. I've missed my entry. Well, maybe not. I mean, look how whippy this is. Look at BON. It got all the way up to, well, it's right back up. Very, very whippy. I wanted to take this just at this level here, and then immediately it was 1150, and now it popped right back down. So very, very whippy. We don't even have we have no float. I'm going to check something here. Give me a moment here. Well, that's interesting. There's no information even at FinViz for BON, unless I'm typing the ticker in wrong. BON, nothing. It's not even listed there. Is this it's not a pink sheet stock? I don't know what's going on with that one. I really don't. That one, we don't talk about how many shares we buy nor how much money we make, but I'm a little upset. Yeah, son of a beehive is about as mild as I'll get, or as strong as I get, I guess. And now it's halted. You know, it's funny. I mean, I had no idea this was going to happen. Obviously, it just I had, this is what I'm talking about when I say I had a thumbnailed. I had a thumbnail down here for some reason. I can't remember why, but I had it thumbnailed, and I was noticing some activity, and just ran without me. Keep an eye on DD, guys. DIDI, weakening as we speak. As is Blin, BLIN, weakening as we speak. Yesterday's low was 1158 for DD, DIDI. Takes that out. Okay, we're getting a little delay in our single stock window. Anybody else? When in doubt, just do a reset and see what happens. There we go. Yeah, there were a ton of shorts yesterday for DD. Yeah, 3.5 million short shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. All right, DTST did not hold, guys. I guess it is, bond is a recent IPO, but it's interesting. I mean, I don't see any information on it at FinViz. When we don't have information like this, I usually check FinViz just to see, what sort of float, short float. They don't even have it listed. So I don't know what's going on with that, other than the fact I'm not in it. All right, I have to stick an alert down here. 1153 for the DD in case it takes out that low of yesterday. I don't see anything. Well, obviously nothing's. All right, what's going on here? Give me a second. Are we having? Just checking our data. All right, well, let's see, bond. 947.07. So, I'm sorry, Real, but I may have to short you. Take a look at Real here. REAL on the way down. The next, so there's some support around 17. This is from my watch list. Okay, I'm waiting for something to come into the option scanner. Real mentioned EOSE. Oh, this is actually, I didn't realize it. This is actually an AI trade or alert. Yeah, as I thought, I was. Okay, well, let's see DD. I mean, I'm waiting to see if it takes out yesterday's low and just continues down. Well, let's see what it's stacking up to be. BON. Wow. Well, I guess this will be my video and for the day. This is stacking up, guys. This is what we're talking about. This is stacking up to be 15.15 on the bid and the ask. I mean, it's not a guarantee it's going to open there, of course, but now this is going to be, okay, this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So there's the halt. This is one of the scans I'm sharing. 547.07. So if it had been obviously a 5-minute halt, this would have opened 552.07, and we were past that. So this could be a multiple of 5, which means 10 is the next one. So this could open at 10.07.07. Meanwhile, EOSE, real pointed that one out. I think coming into the resistance, I mean, this looks like there's a ton of resistance around 20. Yes, you can. So it's 9:53. I typically go over a lot of this around 10:20, but for you, Sean, if you can find my homepage tab right there, see the tab right there, called Barry's homepage. If you click on my homepage, the link, one of the sections scans right here. All right, and if you click here, right at the top, there's my layout. Remember, it's a layout. I mean, it should be obvious. It's called my layout. The reason I say that, though, is you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So make sure if you do have a layout up and running, make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, okay? Because your layout will be replaced. But there's my layout plus individual scans that I'm sharing. And that, again, is in the scan section. All right, guys, so what's the market doing? First 15 minutes are in, second 15, so NASA's up, Dow's up a little, SPY's up a little. Nothing truly exciting with the major indices. Well, I don't have a favorite. I mean, you know, obviously the things that I look at, you know, this gives you good ideas all day long, the basic new highs. Don't get too many alerts. These are the only alerts, this is the repeating version. I really like my unusually strong options, and there's one. Let's see if this one is going to do anything. ONCS. ONCS, guys. Let's see if this is going to do anything. What sort of room does it have? See where it got to? It got right up to this high here, and it pulled right back. So it's really got to try to take out that 414. You know, just because we get something in the option scanner, and this is what I'm talking about. We get this in the option scanner, doesn't mean you just hop on it. You know, then you have to take a look. Where's the next resistance level on a higher time frame? So certainly on the monthly chart, that's fine. That's 508 on the monthly chart. But when you look on the, why isn't this showing up? The eyeball it. 416 is the next high here. And it looks like that looks like a real area it's got to get through, 415. It's going to have to get through 4, number 1. I mean, look where it got to. Got to almost to these highs before it pulled back. So, you know, it may not do it. So I'm just sticking an alert at the high and seeing if it takes that out. If it does, remember it's a low float, 15 million in the float. So if it can take out that high, then it's got a shot, you know, into these levels here. Whoa, okay. So this is now going to be longer. Let me just take a look at the bond. Oh my, how much money? Well, can't think like that. I cannot think like that. Don't think like that. Right now I'm looking, I mean, this may not last, but I see 1843, 18 or 1818. Now it's drifting down a little bit, but remember the last time we looked, it was 1515. What I'm talking about is what it is stacking up to be potentially. When it opens, so it's halted at 12:30. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So when it finally opens, see how this is. I mean, this is pretty whippy, but last time we looked, it was 1515. Rest assured, it's almost guaranteed it's going to open over 12:30. What time is it? 9:59:03. So yeah, so containers are not ready yet. Okay, Nick, that's the problem. So they're not available yet. So I can't give you. I mean, the overview is just once you have it available, you'll be able to, you know, do things like this, group windows together if you want. But there's no overview I can give you right now. You have to have the program, and it has not been released yet. The biggest deal is not so much what I just showed you. The biggest deal will be the fact that you can have different layouts, or you can go into our channel bar and load a layout from the channel bar without your layout being replaced. That's the biggest deal, really. So there's no point in my showing. I mean, I can show you this, you know, which I do usually a little bit later, but I mean, this is what I'm talking about. So I can go now to the sector status. You know, these are all channels. You notice how my layout remains. So here's a way in which you can, at a glance, take a look at what sectors are real. Energy is just getting hammered again, guys. This, I think, yesterday at the same time, all the energy stocks were down. There was not one that was positive. This is what this is showing you. So if you're looking for the best sector today in terms of what stocks, let's see, the best sector right now looks like consumer staples. 75% of them are up, 25% of them are down. That make up the XLP. Oh, that. Okay, Nick. Okay, I can help you there. So again, this is available for you guys, from the channel bar. Click on New Channel Bar, and then go to Sector Status. And so you'll see the same thing. The problem is that your layout will disappear, be replaced. Okay, when we finally release the version that allows docking, then you can go through all the channels with no issues like that. All right, so Nick, how many monitors do you have? How many monitors do you have? Okay, so watch closely. Okay, so this is what I have designated as my main monitor, the monitor I'm sharing. Okay, so I put the toolbar in the upper left-hand corner. I rearrange my windows exactly how I want them. Containers doesn't really matter. I mean, it's the same principle. I have other windows, Trade Ideas scans on my other monitors. So I basically put them exactly where I want them on my other monitors. Once I've done that, click on New or Tools, and then click on Options and Layouts. So Tools, Options, Layouts, and then you see where it says Open Relative to Main Window. Check that and save it. And don't forget, when you exit Trade Ideas, make sure you save your work, because it won't, saving it here is great, but you have to save your work. Then when you load Trade Ideas tomorrow, or if you shut it down today and reload it, all your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Yeah, no, but that's got nothing to do with containers. Okay, so put your toolbar in your upper left-hand corner of your main monitor that you're going to designate as your main monitor. Put all your windows where you want them on your other monitors. Okay? So once you've done that, then click on Tools, Options, and then go to Layouts. Layouts, click on Layouts, and then where it says Loading Layouts, check Open Relative to Main Window. Is your main window, so it's going to open relative to main window, and save it. Okay? And then when you leave Trade Ideas today, exit, make sure you save your work. Always save your work. Because if you don't save it, then it won't remember you've just done all that. Yeah, gadgets, it's one of the ones that's available, yes. Just click on New, Channel Bar. Oops. So from the toolbar, click on New and then Channel Bar, and there it is. Where are you? Sector Status, usually right in the middle here somewhere. Sector Status, right here. Okay? Now remember, it's a layout. So make sure you do save your layout to the cloud first, if you have a layout up and running. All these everything in the channel bar, they're all themed based, okay? But they're all layouts, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. So you can take a look at these. All right, guys. So there, I've lost sight of my ONCS. So Blinn on the way down. I don't think Blinn was shortable for me. Yeah, it wasn't shortable for me. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, now it is. Anyway, maybe the shorts are starting to cover. 50,000 available. All right, guys. Well, you probably know. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to keep putting my price alerts for Didi. A moment here. Well, this is a long, long haul for BON, guys. All right, I'm going to have to take a look at this NEGG again. See the, when I'm, wow. You always think, how much further can it go? Look at the float, guys. I mean, this is the reason, if you're wondering why something like this can happen day after day after day, because of the float, 3 million in the float. And then again, if you don't know what the float is, again, just think of it this way. It's the number, it's the supply of stock that's available. So for me anyway, anything under 20 million is very low. So the lower that is, that's the low supply. And then for whatever reason, there's high demand. Think about any commodity on earth. Low supply, high demand, what happens to the price? This is why you can get a 53 or 100% or 200% move in some of these stocks, because low supply, high demand. I'm not going to do the house for sale today. Well, maybe later. But now, as quickly as they go up, they can come crashing down. So this is, I always say, if you're in a low float trade, do not wander away from your computer. Zach, you can't hear me, right? No idea for bond. You can't hear me. Oh, you can hear me. I went to FinViz. It's not even listed on FinViz. Never mind the float or anything. Go to FinViz and type in bond. It's not even there. So I don't know what the story is on bond. I honestly don't. But if you go to FinViz, it's not even listed. Which is really crazy. We were talking about neg in the pre-market, Zid. It's not on my list as such. Typically, these lists are stocks that are under $20. So, but we talked about it in the pre-market. You know, when it was doing this, we saw this run pre-market, so it was already up quite a bit. You know, well, actually, I don't think it was up that much because there's where it closed, 28. Neg is halted, yes, along with bond. Yeah, let's see where this one could stack up to be. Okay, so as we speak, I mean, this can change, of course, but it says 45.45, so being halted at 46.21. You know, right now it's stacking up at 45.45, so not a pop from the halt as we speak. That can change, of course. There's nothing you can do, Tom. You just have to wait it out until it starts trading. I'm assuming, which one are you in? Are you in the neg? I mean, I'm assuming you're in a lot lower than 46.21. So there's nothing you can do. You just have to wait for it to start trading. You know, and then you know, I can't tell you what you're going to do once it starts trading, but typically these are 5-minute halts, okay? Bond has not been, obviously, but typically they're 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 10:15 plus 54 seconds, okay? So just keep that in mind. Other thing you can do is you can always put a price alert, you know, just a penny above what it is now and a penny below, or a couple, because you know it's not going to stay there. So you'll know when it opens. Yeah, I mean, this is interesting. I mean, this is now turning into a super. This is almost like, you know what? SEC wants to find out why is this going up. I just don't understand why we can't get any information on BON. Yeah, Green, just go to the options. Tools, options, and time zone. Okay, and make your change. This is the only tip you know, if you don't mind, the only tip I do is even though I'm in the West Coast, my computer clock is set for East Coast time. Trade Ideas is set East Coast time. Just makes it easier, you know, when we refer to times. Everybody, you know, I just refer to everything East Coast time, so. So if you set your computer to East Coast, then you can go local time, actually. But if you don't want to do that, then just set your only for the time zone for trading. Other than that, no way. It opened. Well, I don't know what. It opened, guys. It doesn't say that it opened, but it did open. BON. It's not showing opened from us, but it did open. BON. I don't know why. Is what I'm saying. A neg opened. What did neg do? Okay, not bad. I mean, it didn't look like it was going to pop. Because it looked like it said 45.45. Again, that is not written in stone. Looks like it could take out 50. All right, so bond just got halted again on the way down this time. I see no news. You know, that was yesterday though, okay? I mean, that was yesterday. I'm looking for news today. And that was yesterday at 9 in the morning. So, I mean, that was yesterday's news. I'm not trying to dismiss it, but I mean, I was looking for news today. I have not been able to follow anything from my watch list. These were some of the flyers from yesterday, guys. OSAT. You know, look what it did, but it sold way off. Let me right back down. Oh, there's a great alert, 761. Gets all the way down to 644. Again, I can't follow this so closely because I'm doing so many other things, but this is what the watch list is all about. Yeah, that was the one. So ONCS is actually not looking too bad. I mean, it's basing here. We talked about the next high is looking left 415. After that, 508. That's on the monthly chart. So it's just kind of stuck at last month's high. But you always have to remember, this might be an outlier, but after hours yesterday, it did get up to 581, briefly probably. So when you say you don't see a monthly or a weekly chart, well, you have to create them. When you say you don't see, I mean, if you right click on a chart, this is what I would do. If you have, a chart up and running, I would just duplicate it. Again, I'm on a development version, so it's not going to be quite the same, but you should see something that says duplicate. Once you duplicate it, then you can go to see time frame and just change the time frame. I mean, there's a daily, weekly, monthly right here. Whew, what a morning. Massive miss, but there'll be another one. I'm going to put myself on mute to say what I really wanted to say. Anyway, guys, so first of all, it's 10:20, so a big welcome to anybody who's brand new to the room today. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Live on the mic and sharing my screen. And as always, we start off with my home page. My homepage is always available from my homepage tab all day long. I did pop the link in right here. So you click on my link, and this is what you'll see. So here's a way in which you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use this promo code Barry4Alpha for 15% off the first month only, or the entire year. I'm pretty sure that promo from yesterday is gone. So let me just see. Every now and then they, oops, gotta spell it right. Every now and then they forget. Yeah, it's gone. Okay, guys, so there's your promo code. Okay, Barry4Alpha. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly for premium and standard. Premium is $22.68 a year minus that 15%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus that 15%. The big difference is the AI, which I'll go over in a bit. Okay, that's the big difference. There are some other differences, but that's the main reason why people want to take a look at our premium service. You do not have to take on an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118, $228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly plan, this is what you'll pay going forward, okay? Amazing how many emails we get. Hey, how come I'm paying more than that first month? Look at neg. Wow, wow, wow. Wow, unbelievable. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. I don't know when it's going to be. It's going to be neg or it's going to be BON. Scans, all the scans I'm sharing right here. Here's my layout. Remember, it's a layout. Before you do it, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. All the other scans that I'm sharing right here. This is one of my favorite ones, moving higher with unusually strong options. Big education section right here. If you're new to Trade Ideas, and I think there are a few people that join this room, say they're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. It shows you how to create a top list, how to create an alert window, single stock window, all the basic features explained, okay? So I would really encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons. Daily support sessions. You'll hear me refer to a YouTube room. I moderate that all day long also. It's the same kind of room. They see my screen, hear me. Not quite as many traders action in that room. But what happens at noon, I do take a break. One of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over. Today is Wednesday, so I believe it's Steve Gomez, the originator of the Trades of the Week. So he'll be there. Before I leave on break, I will pop the YouTube link in. Daily webinars, Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Today is the one that I help out on. It's Q&A with Dan and Brad, co-founders of Trade Ideas. More educational videos, starting Trade Ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI. Great little series, 36-part series. If you're brand new to trading, what is a stock? That's how it starts, okay? So this is a great little series. And we have some ebooks. Now, I kind of gloss over all this information on my homepage. Why? Because all you have to do is save my link. You save my link, then you can take a look at all this information, especially, you know, the education section. You know, the education section and all my scans. I don't expect you to do it while the market's open. So you can just save my link and then you can take a look at all this when you want to. I'm glad to hear that, KJ. I'm going to go over that a little bit later. The IPOs and all that. I'm going to go over that a little bit later. All right, guys. So again, if you're new to Trade Ideas or new to this room, wondering what you're seeing, well, first of all, Trade Ideas, we scan the U.S. market. Okay, that's what we do. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can. Assyria, I don't know if a trailing stop. I really don't know. These are questions that you really should be asking Michael. Store them up for Tuesdays. I know you're in the room. But if you're putting a trailing stop and it's not displaying on the chart, then obviously it is not displaying on the chart. So again, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. What's happening on this one? Jack, J-A-K-K. Wow, look at this. I mean, what sort of room does this one have? Wow, this has got room, guys. I mean, I'm looking left, 17. I'm not saying it's getting there, but look left on that monthly chart. Michael Noss, yes, Asiri. But you can ask that question. Just go to our homepage and say, there are guys there who are a lot more, I don't use trailing stops. I don't use, I don't know. If you're saying, though, that you've got a trailing stop in and it's not showing on the chart, then there's your answer. Okay, but you can always go to the homepage and ask the question. There are traders there that use Brokers Plus a lot more than I do, and maybe they've encountered that. Okay? Boy, we're getting a lot of halts, guys. Here's another one, guys. VRPX just got halted. VRPX just got halted. All right, so I'm getting interrupted here. We're a scanner. So this is an example of a scan. I call it basic new highs and lows. Let's just take a quick look at it. Right, click on any window, scan, and you just click on configure and then summary. So this is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for stocks between $1 and $20. Current volumes at least 4, which means it's trading at least 4 times normal. Minimum 400,000 shares, etc. Right now, it's not a matter of knowing what the filters I'm using. It's just the concept is this is how you always start off with a scan. Getting your filters, trying to zero in on what you might be interested in. And then, here's my alert. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements and makes a new high or a new low for the day, I get a real-time alert. That's why I see these stocks today. Wow, look at the SPY. Whoa, look at the SPY taking a bit of a dive here. So again, that's why I see these stocks today, okay? Now, here's the great news. You do not have to know a programming language to use Trade Ideas. I'm going to right-click, configure again. Click on search. Here are all the alerts that we have. All right, every single alert, and when it comes to get these icons, these are all the filters that we have. So we feel that we have enough alerts and filters that for the vast majority of our customers, you can combine them to give you the type of scan you're looking for. So no programming language to learn. Now, when you're starting out, I would encourage you to take a look at the 20 lessons, but you can take my scans. You don't even have to know how I created them. You can take my scans. You can take my layout if that's what you want to get started. And if you take, for instance, you take this basic new highs and lows, and again, you right click, configure, summary tells you what this is looking at. Now you might look at this and go, you know what? I don't like that price range. Now, I want to change it. Of course, go ahead. I want to change it to 10 and 100. Click on that summary, see how it has changed. Really simple to do. I'm not going to do that. But of course, so these are the templates that I like to use. But of course, you can use the template and adjust it to your style of trading, if that's what you want to do. We also have this channel bar here. New, channel bar. And everything in here is a layout, themed layout. Again, it's a layout, so make sure if you do click on one of these that you do save your layout to the cloud first, okay? You can only have one layout loaded at a time still. So these are all themed layouts. So again, you don't have to know how they were created because when you click on them, you will see scans in there. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. So let's just say you clicked on the Momo channel, is probably pretty momentum channel. This is what you'd see. Okay? Now, you can take, if you saw something that you liked, a scan that you liked, you can right-click, configure, summary, just what I did before. You can kind of see what it's looking at. You can adjust it if you want. If not, if you would like it the way it is, you could save it to the cloud. You could save, a scan to the cloud, right-click, save or share to cloud, and save it. So now it's in the cloud. I'll explain why I did that. Because now you can go through all the channels and extract windows that you think might be interesting for you. And then you start off with a blank slate, clear all your windows, close all your windows. And then you can bring back all the scans that you might have extracted from the channels. File, load from cloud. You see this one is up here, the Momo channel. I can load it. Unfortunately, this is the issue that hopefully, this is one of the things that I'm hoping that because it's in this new container, when I save this, it saved the entire layout. We have to have a way to save just the one. But anyway, and that's maybe one of the reasons why we're not releasing it yet. Didn't want to confuse you there, but if you did it, normally, you would just see the one scan. Then you can bring them back one at a time, and then create a layout from all the scans that we created. You didn't even have to know how to do it, how we created them. Actually, I'm sorry. I know how I could do it, how I could have done it. I could have just selected the one chart or the one scan. So there was a way I could have done it. So that's a basic overview of Trade Ideas. If you have our premium service, this is what I would do. Because if you have our premium service, more than likely you're wanting to take a look at the AI. This is what I would do. Forget everything else. Just click on this AI/Holly Strategies window, trades window, okay? And this is the window you'll see right here. Just wait for the alerts to happen. You'll have an entry. You don't have to get in right at the exact time. You'll have a stop. How you manage the trades will be up to you. There's no video that says, well, here's how you manage your trades. How you do it will be up to you. I use it like a watch list all day long. You notice EOSE got stopped out, but it could come back later on in the day. Okay, so Juan, stocks that are moving down, here's basic new highs and lows. These are stocks that are moving down as an example. We have a lot of alerts like that. We have a running down alert. These are moving down, but they're also down for the day. But if you're looking for stocks that are just moving down, no matter where they are, we've got configure, search. If you click on running as an example, running down now as an example. I would take a look at the 20 lessons one, if you just subscribed before you do anything else, okay? Kind of get used to, we have a ton of alerts and filters, okay? But before you do that, you might want to just take a look at the 20 lessons, okay? Yeah, neg halted again. Unbelievable, isn't it? And IPW just got halted, yes. Can't wait to join you guys again. Got to keep going. All right, this window that you see here, this big blue window, it's called Brokerage Plus. Feature we've got. Don't have to use it. And why I say that? Because people get really confused about what I'm going to say next. Yeah, Nick, right here. Right from our toolbar, click on New and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. That one right there from the toolbar, okay? Yeah, that's the one, yes. Then you can save that window, not this window, the brokerage, but that window is part of your layout, so you don't have to load it every morning. So I just popped the Brokerage Plus link in, and in that link there are 2 videos, okay? The first video shows you, if you happen to have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade those 2 accounts, okay? If you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't matter. You can still use trade ideas. This is just a feature that we have. You want to use it, great, but it's not mandatory. The second video, if you want to use this window to trade, it shows you how you can connect. Well, the first video shows you how you can connect to your Interactive Broker or E-Trade account. The second video goes into a lot more detail about, it's more advanced and what you can do. Okay, I don't go over it at all. It's a 26-minute video. It covers virtually all aspects of how to use this window if you want to. Again, not with TOS, no. Only Interactive Brokers and E-Trade. Now, the other huge use of this is as a simulator. Notice it. See underneath broker, and by the way, this is only available if you're using our application, downloadable application, not with the web-based version. So, another huge reason to use it as a simulator. Practice trading, practice before you commit money to the market. Can't emphasize that enough. Another one just got halted. Wow, we're getting halts. The Jewel just got halted. Actually, it's Joel, but JWEL just got halted also. A lot of halts today, guys. VRPX just got halted again on the way down. Lots of action. So anyway, this is as a simulator, just practice trading, okay? Really simple. Just click on an alert, see how the symbol shows up. Shares, pick how many shares, pick the price you want to get in at. You want to go long, you buy. If you're going to short, you sell. Okay? Practice trading. If you cannot make money by practice trading in the simulator, paper trading, forget about trying to make money when you are connected to your live account. Just forget about it, okay? And unfortunately, even if you can make money in the simulator, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be able to make money when you start trading live, because when you start trading live, the emotions come into play. So, cannot emphasize more. Practice trading first. It uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Do you have a filter on it, Pitbull, that might be blocking you? I noticed one didn't. The bond didn't resume, or the first time. For me, but do you have a filter? Maybe. I mean, I have 20,000 shares. But these are way over that. So the only thing I can suggest is maybe take mine. Now, can I do this? No, you see, this is an issue. Wait a minute. Okay, this is how you do it. What? Yikes. This is okay. This is messy. Just give me a moment here. All right, before you do that, I'm going to just don't click on it. I want to see if that worked. Yes, okay. So you can take mine and see if that solves the problem. I have no explanation why. Okay, so you can actually take mine. That link there that I just put underneath you, okay? I have no explanation why that didn't happen for you. All right, guys, I just want to talk a little bit about money management. Again, if you're new to trading, unfortunately, every trade you get into does not work. GMVD. Let's take a look at GMVD. I can't wait to get back to all this action that's happening. Yeah, look at this. And look at the room it's got. 452. All right. Little four-legged friend having fun with me here. So this got halted. And it's stacking up. I mean, it's early. It says 390, 390. So anyway, what I want to do is show you in JWEL just resume. This is a crazy active day, guys. And it got halted on the way up and it's resumed. Look at this. So yeah, what we have noticed over maybe the last couple of years with these halts, typically the first halt is okay. By okay, I mean it gets halted. And then when it resumes, usually it's above the halt price. Not always though. Look at this. Well, nothing will happen until it resumes, gets out of the halt, Mustang. Nothing will happen until, there's no trading at all when it's halted. Zero. That's it. Well, let's have fun with this one, just as a demonstration, okay? NEG. Let's just say you did want to take this trade. Is it halted? 1040. So I guess it is halted. Okay, I don't want to do that then. Man, I'm just trying to find one that I'm just trying to demonstrate a pullback trade, but everything is pulled back so much. All right, okay, let's just say I wanted to take this trade, but I don't want to take it up here. I want to take it if it pulls back to 1310, okay? So here's how you do it. You pick how many shares you want to do this at. I'm going to put 1310. Both boxes. Oops. I'm going to click on the buy button and you'll see right there. So if it pulls back all the way down here, it'll take the trade. Okay? Just a minute, please. Okay, so it'll take that trade. Now, if I don't want to do it right now, I put it in, but maybe the market, I mean, this is what's happening with the market. I don't like what's happening. I just go to the orders and I can just cancel it. Right click, cancel it, okay? But now let's take a trade and let's talk about stop losses. All right, now would I do this? Probably not, but I just want to demonstrate, okay, what's the spread like? Spread is 374. All right, just trying to look at said it was bound and determined I wanted to trade BSQR. Maybe it's found a base down here. Okay, maybe. Okay, so what I want to do is, again, this is just demonstrating how you can do something like this, okay? And why am I going to take 500 shares? I'm going to buy it at the market. Okay, took the trade at 514, all right? I'm going to add a stop loss at 494. And I'm doing this to make the math easy. Okay, so notice a red line appears on my chart. I mean, it probably wouldn't be the worst stop loss, but anyway. Just showing you though, because when you get into a trade, you have to have a price you're going to get out of the trade if the trade doesn't work. Okay? They're not all going to work. So what you want to do is minimize the damage. And so you have a stop. Okay? The next thing though is that, okay, and if you're new to trading, I mean, this is the trick. Well, I mean, this is maybe the hard part, because you might be listening to me and saying, well, how am I possibly going to know where to put a stop? Well, good question. Practice, practice, practice. How I do it, I visualize on the charts where I think there's some support. I mean, right there, you can sort of see. Looks like there's some decent support. If it broke down through that, I should be out of the trade. Okay, as an example. There are other ways. I'm not going to get into that, but you have to practice. You have to get comfortable with how you're placing your stops. That's why it's, it could take a while. So once you get comfortable with, placing stops, the next aspect is, okay, how much are you willing to risk on the trade, dollar-wise? You notice here it says minus $97. It's close enough to 100. Because what I've done is, I've said, okay, in this account, we'll say, in the simulated account, I was willing to risk $100 on the trade. How much you're going to risk will be dependent on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you should be not risking $1,000 a trade. So in this particular example, I was saying, okay, I'll risk, if my stop was 20 cents away and I was willing to risk $100 on the trade if it doesn't work, I can take 500 shares. 500 shares times 20 cents if I get stopped out equals approximately equals $100. Okay? So you don't go into trading thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. My opinion anyway, the trade size should be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. In this case, to make the math easy, it was 20 cents. So you would divide 20 cents into the $100 if that's what you're planning. That's your manageable loss, and that gets you 500 shares. Okay, next step, obey your stop. It's hard. Sometimes it's really hard. You get into a trade, you're all excited, you're hearing great things. The trading room is talking about it, great press release, and it's not working. You cannot believe it. It starts drifting down to your stop, and you say, well, you know what? Maybe my stop was too tight. So you start moving your stop down. Okay? I moved it down, way down here to 425. If you allow that to happen, you keep moving your stop down, that $100 manageable loss can turn into 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, who knows, before you finally sell. Okay, so very important to obey your stop if you want to last. That's my opinion anyway. So, how to do that, of course, if you just leave the stop in. If you have trade ID, if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, you can use our charts. But if you don't have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, doesn't matter. Your broker will have a way in which you can do the same sort of thing. Okay, so don't worry. You can always use your broker's platform to do the same thing. So can't emphasize enough money management. All right, guys, now I can maybe start taking a look at what the market is doing. Things have really slowed down. Slowed down because I'm not getting as many alerts, not hearing. Look at this very, very inactive day in my option scanner. Remember what I was saying about ONCS? Didn't love it. Why? It looked like there was too much resistance not that far away. You get the alert at 406. And there's a high right there at 415, like right there. So what did it get to? Got to 425, so it got a little bit above it. And then the next high looking left was 508. You know, had it been able to stay up here and clear that, then it had a shot to get to 5, but I just didn't like it. What I like to see, that's why I have, somebody asked me before, if I'm an intraday trader predominantly, why do I have a daily and monthly and weekly chart up? It's because stocks that I see are already making a new high for the day, so I don't have to worry about intraday resistance. So I'm always looking at the longer term time frames to see where could they get stuck on a longer term time frame. What I want to see a big gap, so that there's nothing in its way if it wants to keep going. What, looking at the higher time frames, Kebby? Okay, so again, this is me because I'm a momentum trader, either in the upside or the downside. So everything I'm seeing is making new highs or new lows for the day. I'm not a big pullback trader, okay? Now this is my style. Doesn't mean I will never take a pullback trade, but it's just not my style. So if a stock is already making a new high for the day, I don't have to worry about today's resistance. It's already at the high. So I'm always looking left on the higher time frames, on the daily, weekly, and the monthly chart to see, okay, where could it keep going before it hits the next high? And if it's got room, as I would call it, room to keep going until it hits the next high, then it becomes a big, big candidate for me. But I mean, if I'm in, that's what I was saying with the ONCS. We get an alert at 406, and I'm immediately looking left, and I see a high right there at 418. It's just, I don't understand. Sometimes, these little pop-ups, I don't know why. But, I know that, I think that said like 414. That's why it just didn't appeal to me that much. Doesn't mean it's going to stop there. It could have kept going. But it just is not something that appealed to me that much. So even though that is my, probably my favorite scan, doesn't mean every time I get an alert, I'm going to hop in on it. Unbelievably, there are 150,000 shares to short at Interactive Brokers. Not that I would want to necessarily short this, but the reason being, all right, then you just have to make sure you have the column loaded, Nick. I mean, it's not showing. It's because you don't have the column. But there's the stop price. Okay, so these are just columns. Just right click on any column and click on columns, and then it's an alphabetical order. And maybe add it. The only other thing I can think of, maybe it shrunk. You know, because you can, you know, it's possible it is shrunk or something. Or it's possible it's out here somewhere. I don't even know what value is. What's value? Value? I don't even see a column for value. So I'm not sure I know what you mean. Just make it easy, okay? Not just to you, but just make it so you don't have the stop price. Well, then maybe you have to expand the window. Do you have a column that says stop price? Okay, well maybe, are you sure it's just a matter of expanding it? Maybe you know, you can go to the right hand of that line and then just left click on it and then expand it. Maybe that's it. See, I don't even know. Well, where are you getting BSQR? That's not a an AI alert today, as far as I can see. I don't even know where you're getting that. I mean, these are the alerts as far as I know today. I've got no filters on. No, well, okay. Well, maybe the stop isn't showing from yesterday. I can't. Well, again, if you're looking at yesterday, I don't even see BSQR as yesterday. This is what I see from yesterday. No BSQR. No, you don't have to have interactive brokers to see the AI trade. It's got nothing to do with it. Okay, Kebby? BSQR is not from yesterday either, so I'm not sure where you're getting that. But when you look at today, are you seeing the stops, okay? So Kebby, yeah, so you don't need, interactive brokers has got nothing to do with AI, okay? We're a scanner, so this is scan, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can, you know, you get an alert, and then if you don't have interactive brokers or E-Trade, of course you can trade any alert you see here. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Yeah, interactive brokers had some neg shorts, 151,000 right now. Alf? I doubt if it'll be Alf. I doubt if it'll be Alf. Your stop has got nothing to do with the AI though. Your stop, these stops are generated by the system. Okay? You put a stop in, it's got nothing to do. This is generated by the system. This is the suggested stop. Your stop has got nothing to do with this. Okay? Very, very quiet day for the option scanner. All right, bingo. You're making me look at bingo, Zach. Again, I don't know if you can still hear me, but yeah, so this is yeah, well, volume coming in. Definitely some volume coming in. Oh, you do? Okay. All right, give me a moment, please. Okay, so Nick, does that make sense? That stop has got nothing to do with the stop that you have. I mean, that's completely different. That's just a suggested stop, and that, you can't change that. I mean, you can obviously trade it the way you want to, but that stop, I mean, if you're going to, you hear me say all the time, do not auto trade the AI. But if you did and you just left it running, that's where it would take you out, unless you manually got out before. All right, we have another halt, guys. AVCT just got halted. Look at this. Now, not very much volume yet. American Virtual Cloud. All right. AVCT just got halted, and it looks like there's quite a bit of resistance right around that 7 level. Wow, but man, if this is going to be correct, this is going to open. It's going to be a huge open if it's correct. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. If this stays, I mean, right now we're seeing 798 with a halt at 640. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. Whoever your broker is will have something like this, but this is, I use Interactive Brokers. That's why you hear me say, okay, what does it look like on the open? This is what we're looking. Now that can change. These are 5-minute halts typically, so that can change. But right now, this looks like it could be a spectacular open if that remains. And what did it do over here? Got up to 13. Okay, so the high there, so the high for ALF was 1728 today. No, sorry. Edit. The next high is 1725, so it's through that. And then the next high is 1839. So I mean, there is the next high if it wants to continue. Now, very, very, very low float, guys. So again, if you're going to take this one, you have to be aware of that very low float, $3.8 million. 3.8 million shares, okay? The trick, in this type of trade is where you're going to put your stop, so that, you can't get hurt. Your stop could be quite a piece away, so you won't be able to take very many shares. This is not for everyone. If you're new to trading, I would shy away from something like this. Yeah, but he's confusing this. The AI has a stop, okay? That is generated. That AI stop cannot be changed. You, of course, can manually trade anything you want and put your own stop in. This is only if you're going to auto trade or something like that and allow the system to take you out in an auto fashion. This is just a, you might look at a stop like this and go, you know what, I don't like that stop just because the AI said this is the stop. I have a different idea. I look at the chart. So if you manually trade, this is just a suggested stop. And nothing to do with Brokers Plus. It's all independent. I can't emphasize enough. I mean, I just don't agree with auto trading at all, especially if you're new to trading. In this demonstration up here, I put a stop in, right? Based on his picture, it looked like he was showing me the strategy trades all, which is the AI. So at this point, I'm looking at this and thinking, you know what? I don't like the way it's trading. All right? I just don't like the way this is trading. Remember, I took this in the simulator. I don't have to wait to get stopped out. I can say, you know what? I'm going to get out of the trade right now. So all I have to do is flatten the trade. See, so all right, guys, well, let's see. No, working at home, Carl. So you hear some background noise, yes? What do I have here? A bit of a bug in my option scanner. Ah, I know what I did. I know what's happening here. Some of you might be still seeing a glop, okay? I don't know. I can't believe I don't have this in here, but yeah, I added a filter, and I don't know why. I'm sure it took, but I guess it didn't. I want it to be above. I want it to be a positive. I want it to be positive. You know what, guys? There. Spell. Okay, change from the close. Add the filter. Here we go. What I did was I added a filter. You guys don't have to, but I wanted to make sure any stocks we're seeing in the option scanner that they're up for the day. Okay, not negative. So that's what I did. All right, guys. Now I'm just checking to see very nothing from this option scanner other than that one. The most active window I've got today is the halts resumes. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put myself on mute for a second here. Some internal discussions. Yeah, so it's hard for me to, on that one, Becca, because that's not kind of how I trade. I mean, you know, you get stopped. I mean, is it happening over and over again using the same format, or is this, you know, one that happened that, you know, I mean, Vuzi's pretty. That's not a super low float. So at 1853, and then it hits 1934. And so you were shorting this? Obviously you were shorting this, or are you taking it here? Like what? I'm sorry. Yeah, oh, you were shorting it. Okay. Well, I don't know. So that high took you out. Yeah, I'm really not the person because I don't look at. I mean, I would have looked at this and thought, okay. I mean, probably maybe your stop was just too tight. 1885. 1853. 2 minute candle. See, I don't trade 2 minutes, so it's hard for me to really. You know, I'm the minimum candle I really look at. I know I have a 2 here just in case I get some of these crosses, but I really only look at a 5 and a 15. Somebody else, maybe Real wants to chime in. I don't know. Well, it's important, IMG. I mean, it's important. I mean, I don't, it's not, okay, let's find one. Let's look at neg. Okay, so you look at neg. There's the float. It's traded 27 million. So I mean, it's almost traded 9 times the float. Now, is that important? I mean, you can put a custom formula to only show trades or only show stocks that are trading 5 times the float, 4 times the float, if that's what you want to do. To me, it's just showing that this is incredibly active. That's really all it is. I mean, that's why it's important, I guess, but it's just showing that it's incredibly active. You got a low float, lots of activity. It doesn't mean though that a stock has to trade the float over and over and over again. But obviously if it is, that means there's tremendous action on it. Nick, I don't know if I can help you. Yeah, the BSQR, it's okay. As far as I know, you're trying to put a stop price that's going to show up in the AI. Okay, under stop price. This stop price is just generated by the system. What you're trying to do by putting a stop in Brokerage Plus, thinking it's going to transfer, I think, to the AI stop price, that doesn't happen. This is automatically set and cannot be changed. But maybe you're going to have to go to our tech support. Well, you manually do it, just like I did here. Yeah, it's not an H, but he's showing me BSQR for some reason showing up. This is how you do it. Let's say I want to get into ONCS right now. ONCS, I want to take 500 shares. I'll just take it right at the market. And wouldn't you know it, it's not work. Oh, that's because I don't have my. Just give me a moment here. Now I've lost my, there we go. Okay, so I'm going to take GLOP at the market. Okay, I'm going to buy 500 shares. Something's going on here. There, I'm going to 500 shares, I'm going to buy it right at the market. Okay, there it is. Now, before I took the trade, I should know where my stop is. Okay, now you can add your stop order. I'll just put it at 490. If, I'm not saying that's where it was. It should be. But there it is, right on the chart. Again, as I explain virtually every single day, when you get into a trade, you have to know where you're going to get out. So if you knew we were going to get in at 508, you would have to know where you're going to get out of the trade. And then you take the difference between where you got in and the stop, and that'll share size you. No, but I'm not doing it here. I'm not doing it here. I'm doing it manually, right here. Okay? Okay, so let's get out of this trade and flatten it out. Do it again. Okay. Take 500 shares. I'm going to buy it at the market. It's five. I can buy it at the market because the spread's only a penny. It took the trade at $5. Now, right click, add stop order. Let's put it at 580 or 480, okay? Add stop order. and then it'll appear on the chart. Okay? I understand. Don't do that. Don't put the stop here. Just do what I did. Make it easy. Just make it easy. Add stop order. Okay? Have you watched the video, Nick? The 27-minute long video? Well, no, not 1/5 of them. It's well, okay. If you're saying they're sort of time segment, watch the entire video. Okay, because even I mean that question, I'm pretty sure that type of a question is covered, but there's probably other things that you're going to want to know about. Okay. Well, I could put a target. If you're talking about a bracket, I could put a target now here if I wanted to. You know, a target. Add a target order. So I don't, you see, I don't do this, but you know, I should probably go over it. And now you'll see a line up here. So at this point in this trade, if it goes down to 480, I'll lose $100. If it goes up to 550, and I allow it, you know, doing it manually or automatically. So I'll lose 100 if I allow this stop to be taken out. If it gets up to 550, I'll make 247. Okay. Now, I can use this like a trailing stop. If, for instance, the trade really starts to work well, I can start moving this stop up right on the chart. You know, as opposed to, you know, people are always looking for trailing stops. You know, to me, trailing stops are not scientific whatsoever. People are putting, you know, a certain percentage. I'm not saying never, but, you know, I've never used a trailing stop like that. But they're putting percentages or a certain dollar amount underneath. What I would do, especially if you're not in that many trades at the same time, is I'd be watching and say, let's just say this really started to work well and it was up to 530. I could, you know, I could just move this up to another area of where I consider support. So if we broke down through that area, that becomes my new stop. Same thing on the target. Let's say it really starts approaching that target. Well, I think, well, you know what? I don't have to get out here. You know, I mean, if it's still trading well, why would I get out? So I could move that up. Yeah, that disregard that. Okay, it's just something that shows up. I wish it wouldn't. I know what you're talking. Just disregard it. Okay. You're talking about right here, right? Can't remember where you see them anymore. Oh, it's in the. Yeah, just disregard it. I don't even know where that shows up anymore. So I just disregard that where it says long, discretionary long. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't affect anything you're doing. Okay? Yeah, just disregard it, Sandeep. Okay? It doesn't mean anything. I don't. I think it has to be. It's set there for some because for some internal reason, but it doesn't mean anything. Okay? I know it sounds crazy the way I'm explaining it. Yeah, it doesn't mean anything. Okay, honestly. I mean, it's sort of showing you, what's happened on the longs and the shorts. I mean, that's all. I just disregard it. It really means nothing. I mean, yeah, I mean, I could send you to info, but I wish they would get rid of it. I think it confuses people. It really means absolutely nothing. Was pretty aggressive trying to make $1,000 a trade with 10,000 invested. I mean, that's pretty aggressive. All right. I mean, I think that's too much, but that's my opinion. Well, you can't backtest the AI, Sandeep. Okay, that they're backtested already. Okay, you can backtest your own. You can discount. You can backtest your own strategies. Okay, but you cannot backtest the AI. We have nothing to no. We have nothing to do with the IB in terms of a discount. To be honest, they don't care whether we can connect to them or not. So does that make sense, Sandeep? I mean, you're backtesting yours. Yeah, the AI's got nothing that you cannot backtest the AI. That's what they've done. They've already backtested it. That's why those strategies showed up today. You can backtest your own strategy. Okay. Yeah, and that's got nothing to do with the AI, where it says, long strategies, short strategies. Yeah, I mean, you hold something overnight, you always run the risk of it blowing right through, a stop in the pre-market. Um, stops. There's some. I mean, some brokers, I'm told, you can have a stop in the pre-market, but a lot of brokers you can't. So I'm not sure how I can answer that question for you. Yeah, I think he's talking about though, you hold something overnight, then you wake up. Let's just say I wanted to hold this glop overnight, and I've got my stop in here at 486, and it gaps down. Not overnight necessarily, but in tomorrow morning it opens at 3. Okay. So it is blown right through your stop. So that's yesterday, okay. Okay, so what's your question exactly, Nick? I mean that those are yesterday's trades. Yes. I mean these are today's trades from the AI. All right, guys. It's my wife, Carl, okay? We're all working at home. Um, let's take a look at IPW. IPW is okay. Now I got halted a few times, or at least once. Taking a look to see whether or not this is going to come back. Okay, Alpha's starting to come back, guys. Again, Alpha's starting to come back. So the shorts are all dried up now. You're right. They've been snapped up. That's a nice little breakdown here. Okay, so when you say how come you don't see entry and exit signals on the charts for the AI. So for instance, if I click on one of the AI alerts, SGH, okay, there it is. There's the stop and there's the target. Or sorry, there's the, was that a short? No, okay. So there's the stop. It's hard to see. There was the price, 53.89, and there's the stop. So I don't know what you mean. If you have the AI, even if you, well, if you have the AI, I mean, that's what you'll see. That candle, not candle, but the arrow is just showing where the alert happened on the different time frames. And then on the y-axis, you see, there was the alert and there's the stop. Now, people do ask the question, well, how come I see these things? Buy, sell. These are just previous AI alerts, okay? So if you look at longer term time frames, you will see sometimes it'll buy arrows and sell arrows. Those are previous AI alerts. Well, that's the other thing. Okay, you should have mentioned that. I just always have it. Yeah, show the executions. Right check. Right check. Yeah, show AI trades. Yes. I've just never unchecked it, so I just assume people. I believe that's just the standard. Like you have to literally uncheck it, but I believe that this is the default. How do you change your symbol? So Sandeep, if you left click on a chart, left click in the chart, just so the Trade Ideas knows that's a chart you want to change, and then keep the control key pressed down on the keyboard. I'm sorry. I was thinking about zooming. Left click and then just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should show up. So left clicking just says, okay, you're in this chart. If you start typing, the change symbol box should pop up. And of course you can click change or hit enter in your keyboard. If for some reason, when you left click and start typing, it doesn't hit your space bar, and then the change symbol box should pop up. Okay? All right, guys, it is 11:38. I'll be taking my break pretty soon. Okay, guys, Alf coming back. Let's see what it does. All right, guys, I'm just wanting to make sure Steve is in the room, the YouTube room, filling in for me once I take my break. I'm almost for sure he is, but I just want to confirm it. Keep an eye on Alf, guys. It looks like it. I mean, it's been pretty rocky from when Zach first mentioned it. See if it gets through that 1750 again and just rips. Just a minute, please. Okay, so Nick, I think I'm at the brokerage plus or the AI is not part of what I like my downloads. If you're going to my downloads page, no, because it's a premium service, so I can't make it part of it. But it's so simple to do. Just just click on new AI/Holly strategy trades window. Once you have it up and running, then save it as part of your layout. You probably have a layout, right? Then when you save, so you don't have to do it every day. It's part of my layout. Yes, my overall layout. You know, I only display, this is the layout when I share is this one, you know, because, you know, I don't want to make it too overwhelming. So, you know, I just share this. This gets people started. And then I have my individual scans that I share. The AI is not one because it's a premium service. And so, you know, I mean, I just tell people how you can load it and then save it as part of your layout. No, the VXRT, I think you guys are still short this, aren't you? All day short. And now actually going negative. This reminds me a couple of the ones from last week. Look at the market, guys. I haven't even really looked at the market. Look at the market surge here. We're an hour straight up now. So a little bit of disconnect now. The Dow's up, SPY's up, but tech is down. Just a little bit of disconnect. Okay, so you're welcome, Robert. Oh, just one moment. My headset just died, so I got to replace it. Just give me 1 second. All right, guys, give me a moment. Just getting set up here. All right, so you're asking about what RBI and GBIs are. I don't use them at all because I just think we don't have enough filters in place. But this is what they do. And again, it's a premium service. So RBI 5. So this is red bar ignored, GBI green bar ignored on these different time frames. So are you familiar with what red bar? Sort of continuation patterns, okay? Let's see if we get one. My problem is I just can't put enough filters in it to make it worthwhile for me. So I don't use it. But to see a red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart, what would have to happen is you'd have to see 4 green candles on the 5-minute chart, and then the 5th candle would be red, totally engulfed by the previous red candle, and then that sixth candle would be green. So in other words, you've got an uptrend, you've got a pause in the uptrend, and then the trend continues. This is what it's trying to show. Okay? But that's what it is. You guys are talking about Zila. Okay, Kevy? See, this would be almost an example right here of a red bar ignored, okay? This is looking at the 15-minute chart for XELA as it's moving. So now again, it wouldn't show up on that particular on our scanners, but this is an example of one. Here you have a green candle. There you have. Let me can I expand this? Yeah. So there is a green candle. There's a red candle. Now it's not totally engulfed because the highs are the same. But let's pretend that it was totally engulfed. And then the trend continues. So you've got a trend. Again, you look to see maybe a couple more green candles ahead of that. But you've got a trend, a pause, and the trend continues. Okay? That is the principle behind red bar and green bar ignored. Green bar is just the reverse. You've got a downtrend, you've got a green candle, and then the trend continues downwards. Something happened here. My columns didn't remain the ones that I like. Oh, there it is. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. All right, guys. Yeah, Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube room. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop the link. If you guys want to head over there when I take my break. And Steve is the one who is the originator of the Trades of the Week. All right, Alpha's trying again. Maybe it gets over 17 again. Maybe this time it has the rip. Look at B squared, guys. I mean, now this is interesting, okay? Notice I've got here the distance from the exit price, okay? Again, this is just in the simulator trying to demonstrate, how to use the simulator. So a couple things. Look at here, the max P&L versus the close P&L, all right? So the max P&L, so when I was still in this trade, the max I could have made would have been $52. When I exited, I lost 45. I mean, that's not the end of the world, but you'd never want to see, for instance, say a max P&L of, $300 or $400, and then you're losing. All right. So this gives you a bit of a gauge of how good are your exits. Okay. The other gauge is look at the distance from the exit price where it says 55 cents. So right now, what that's telling me is that is a terrible exit. Okay. I mean, where I got out, it's 50 cents above. So these are these three can kind of give you an idea, but how good are your exits? You're here. The internal question asks, man, my exit was bad. I didn't hold on long enough, or I got out too soon, or I didn't get out soon enough. This can kind of give you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits. The other thing you can do here is if I don't exit a trade at the end of the day, this will carry forward, so you can use the simulator to practice trading. Okay? Practice swing trading. I'm sorry, practice swing trading. Sumo. Let's take a look at Sumo. Sumo Tomo or something like that. Sumo Logic, sorry. Wow, this is an interesting one. Obviously an IPO from back here. Got all the way up to $46, $47. Crashed this month. Horrible month. Maybe trying to crawl back. But Real is looking at a short, obviously. All right, Alfie, on the way again. Now look at DTST, guys. DTST. It's had a terrible day, really. I mean, I'm probably still up for the day. Yeah, I mean, it's still up huge. Don't get me wrong. It's up 40%. But, this was the pre-market action. And it looked like it was pretty steady, even though it's a super low float. But it fell. Maybe it has found some support here. And you'd love to see a big volume bar pushing it up. A big volume bar pushing it up. All right, guys, so I want to get my announcement in that I'll be on my break. Yeah, I don't know if RKT is a Reddit stock today from those guys. Certainly was here. Remember that day. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube room, and then I'll be out of here for a while, till 12:40 anyway. All right, guys, again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up, and then I'll take off. All right, so those of you who play pullbacks, I mean, there's a nice little pullback for Xela, XELA. Probably a real struggle to get through that 3 level. You can see what it did a few days ago. All right, Steve, thank you. Okay, I know you can hear me, so I'll stop my stream now, guys. In the YouTube room. Okay, Steve, have fun for the hour.
All right. Thank you, Barry. Let me just make sure I can hear myself okay on the live stream. All right, mute, unmute. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Wednesday edition of Give Barry a Break. Well-deserved break. Myself and Andy back in 2009, 2010. We did the same thing, like a desktop sharing service for day trading back when we were still day trading. And I bring that up just to remind people how hard it is to do what Barry does. It's a grind, and Barry is a saint, and is very good at doing it day after day and engaging and hanging in there and being reliable. All right, enough Barry praise. What would you guys like to talk about? I see the last symbol in here was RKT. This thing is just a bugger. You know, Andy trades this thing pretty well. But one of the things he's learned is, boy, when it runs a day, day and a half, you want to get out. In B+, the trailing stop, does it not display on the chart nor in the B+ window for a trailing stop? It should. You know, any trailing stop, let me see if I can find an example. Like, you know, if I wanted to put a trailing stop in, you know, maybe in SPRT trade, I've got it mirrored over here in my account. You just right-click on the actual symbol in positions window, and you click on Add Stop Order. And if I add a stop order of you know, $4, and I click OK, it should pop up in here. There it is. Okay, so there's the stop order, and it would tell me how much I would be losing based on that stop order. I can move that stop order up or down, drag it and drop it and unclick it, and the order changes, cancels, and is sent a new order. I can highlight it, click it, hit delete, and it'll say, "Are you sure you want to delete this this order?" I thought I could do that. Let's see. Yes, delete key. So highlight, click, delete key, cancel this order, and it goes away. So that's how I use trailing stops. And it should in the simulation, because that's the simulation that I'm using. Okay, so again, trailing stops are really not being used because if you have a stop, that stop order is going to work on its own. You can't have two stop orders at once. And the trailing stop is a very difficult thing for us to do and model right now. It really can't be done very well. I think it's just in there to show that it can adjust by price. But when you want to start adjusting trailing stops based on filters and moving averages and things that are constantly updating, we're just not there yet. So I don't recommend using trailing stops. I recommend using the way I just showed you. Right click, set your stop order, and then adjust it manually. Trail it manually with your mouse. That's what I would suggest to do. That's the best advice I could give you, Siri, for how I use it. The trailing stops, we don't have the logic for them the way in which most people do want to use them. And it brings up a good point. I like to talk a lot about that 10 period moving average. All right, so let's say here's our first AI trade, and I look at these AI trades often on this noon session that I pop into, and I'll start to say, okay, let's try to disregard the AI's trailing or the AI's hard set stop, and in a sense we can use the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart as our trailing stop. However, there's one more wrinkle to that. It doesn't mean that if the stock comes down and touches it, boom, we're stopped out. No, you often hear me say, the people who tune in a lot to me hear me say, I watch the price action at that level, and then I wait for the candle to close. So once that 15-minute candle is closed, then I'd ask myself, did it close above or below the 10 SMA? And if it closed above, then I'll stay in the trade. If it closed below, then I'll just go ahead and get out. And that's the way I do it, because if I was to set, let's say for a moment we do have the logic, and we can say that, hey, in real time, if the price action does come back, the system is basically going to say, well, hey, the price just touched the 10 SMA for 2 ticks there. There were a couple of trades right at it and a penny below. Now you're triggered and you're out. Auto trading got you out. You've heard me say many times, man and machine, the nuances of the human is much better than the hard cut instructions that the AI or the machine would have. And so the AI is really good for getting us into ideas and generating ideas, but we really should take it from there. And the human being is the best arbiter of all the nuances and data coming in real time to make those decisions. So for me, I wait for the candle to close and then I get out. But that doesn't mean that I don't use hard stops at times. There are many, cases where we will have, hard stops plugged into our live accounts as well. But I know you were talking about the simulated account. Let's see, how to auto exit when the 8 SMA and auto exit when the 8 SMA and the 20 SMA cross. Again, so you're just using an arbitrary spot that you want to get out. As far as making that an exit point, I don't think we're there yet on that one. However, I'm not as up to speed on this stuff as Michael and Chris and the other Chris are. I'm an old dinosaur swing trader. They are much more on top of what our capabilities are for auto trading, especially Michael. Michael has the keys to what's called the Market Explorer. Market Explorer is kind of allowing us to open up some more generalized ideas, and I've heard him talk about using the Market Explorer to create an 8 and 20 SMA cross and try to apply that to auto trading. So Siri, if you want to address that question to Michael, he's going to give you so much more of a better answer than I can give you, and you'll appreciate that more if you just take the time and write info@trade-ideas.com. Maybe question for Michael. Is it possible in auto trading exit to make that a setting, when the 8 and the SMA cross, and of course give him the time frame, and he might come back and expand on the Market Explorer stuff that he said he's doing and working on, because he's focusing on the things that are most requested, and I've seen things like this most requested. So it's a process. So Siri, hopefully you can do that, and Michael can give you a much better answer. And if you put his name in the message header, it'll get forwarded to him, unless one of the other guys knows a better answer. So yeah, that brings me to the AI. A nice push up, a pullback, and then it looks like the trade triggered and never really looked back. So I would be using this as a guide. Matter of fact, let's talk about something here. Let's look left on the daily chart. That's a horrible drawback. I'd be selling half right here. If I was in a trade like this, and I'll show you some examples in a minute of real example trading, I would be selling half right up here, because the way this market is lately, if you look left and you see these prior levels of resistance, it's like these algorithms really want to drive. They want to drive the herd, like cowboys, all the way into that fence and see what happens. And oftentimes, that area can be an area of reversal. And we look here on the intraday chart, there's a lot of space. Boy, when you start getting that much space between my momentum line here, the 10 SMA, and the current price, I start to get a little nervous and want to take profits, because that's what we want to do. And look, all of a sudden, we're getting a little bit of nervousness here. Let me show you a couple of examples. Like, okay, so the trade of the week from 2 weeks ago. I'm clicking the actual mirrored trade I have over here using B+. There was our entry that day. It was on that candle back there. And I was on the road last week, and so I looked left and I said, well, I'm just going to go ahead and place a limit sell while I'm driving and not even watching the market to sell half at $10. It was $9.99 actually. I'll do that sometimes. Put it right under the round number. They have to go through me to get to the tens. And they did. They went through 10 and they went through above. But I got half of that trade off while I was driving up the Central California Valley. I had no idea. It was just nice Zen trading. So now that put me in a nice profit, and I'm willing to sit through the remaining half of this trade. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give it, I didn't want it to come back this far, but I would have liked to have seen it hold that 10 SMA, but it didn't. So when it breaks the 10 SMA, I will use the 20 as a backstop. And so let's say POW closes below this 20 SMA today and back close to my entry point. I might just be getting out. But I'm going to give this trade till the end of the day to see if this candle can bounce off this 20 and show some life. And then maybe that'll be the beginning of, kind of this expanded cone range we have here, but still in an uptrend. But the point was, I wanted to remind you, taking profits, when you look left and you see daily candles taking out significant prior levels of resistance, that's your cue to take half off the table. Take something and reward yourself. And now I'm not as anxious about this trade anymore, because I don't feel like I've left all that on the table. I got half of it off at a pretty good price. The current trade of the week, that blue line right there, let's look left on that. Oh, look at that. How about that? That's the next level of looking left, the next level of resistance. It's also called out in the email for the trade of the week at 550. I've got an alert to sell half at that level. It might get there today. It might get there next week. I don't know, but very volatile for now, but that's going to be the plan over there on that one. Here's another great example. I was in VISL. You can see all the way back here, I bought that candle as it bounced off that 20 SMA, sat through some pain the next day, got in the money, and it's just been kind of grinding sideways. But guess what? Yesterday, I sold half on the open up here around 339, because I looked back and I said, oh boy, look at that. 338 is the high of that candle right there. I didn't even hesitate. And I've been doing this so much more lately. And I'm so glad I did, because the action is extremely crazy and whippy and volatile. And this has allowed me to really just take some profits and not stress. Yeah, I'm still in the second half of this trade. I don't like what it's doing right now, but I'm going to give this one the 50 SMA. If you caught my webinar last night, once a swing trade of mine breaks and closes below the 50 SMA, that's the rip the band-aid off the trade candle. Get out. You'll be happy you did down the road. So if you didn't see my webinar last night, I talked a lot about and gave a lot of examples of how a simple way to cut the moment in time when your trade is no longer working as a swing trade, and it's a way to add up the money at the end of the month that you would have lost had you not just followed that simple rule. And again, that simple rule is just using the closing candle. I'll just pull up X as an example here. X on this day right here, once it closed below the 50 moving average, you're pretty much happy to be out and not being messing around with stuff like that. That happened a lot in the uh, EV names. I mean, they all kind of look the same on those charts, but if I scroll back, it was always that one after a beautiful, fourth quarter we had last year. These stocks broke their trend. That's our signal candle right there. If you'd have just used that close on that day to get out, you would have saved a lot of headache. It gives you more capital, not only financially but mentally and emotionally, to trade with. All right, I don't see any more new questions, which is okay because I was just going to go through the next AI trade here and see what's going on here. Oh, this is a good one. How about this for an example? Okay, so here's our AI trade. The concept says, hey, at this moment in time, right here on this candle, after this big pullback, much better than saying buy up here. Wait for this pullback, and then there's our entry, that blue line. But it also gave us this red line, which I say pretty much throw out the window because we don't want to use that. That's an arbitrary AI recommendation. But we as humans say, thank you for the idea, machine. We probably couldn't have seen that in real time. And the odds are that it should work because it had not have served the idea up to us if the back testing and the rigorous machine learning didn't show us that the odds favor these types of entries. So now, what else is happening? Well, big pullback after a nice move and a target hit, big pullback to our entry point, which also just happened to correspond with what I say should be the human being element of the trade. Look at that rising 10 SMA on the 15 chart, held perfectly. All right, so that's what you want to watch and say, hey, if this candle closed below that line, then I'm just going to get out. And probably would have gotten close to that original stop anyway. But another interesting example there of how you would manage that one. Let's look at this SUZ. Nothing really special, and this one pops out. Pretty wide stop. However, the wide stop can be ignored as far as I'm concerned because I just want to see this trade continue to hold that line. And now our SMA line is actually above our entry point. So that's a much nicer risk-reward scenario there. Let's see. Listening casually while I stare. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see if this is a good one to talk about. Okay. All right. Interesting. So, man, you really could have gone either way. Let's take a look at the numbers here. On this candle, the 10 SMA was 49.82, but the close was 49.49. So, yes, we would say that this candle did close below, but boy, not by much. Still holding up in the game there. So it's not always a perfect example, but if you had not sold, you're happy because it looks like it kicked it back into play. But going forward, I would like to see this this moving average hold here intraday if you're a momentum player. That's really the only thing I would say about showing momentum. Let's see if anything else is interesting in the AI. Yeah, we looked at that one. Did something slide past me here? No. All longs today too, which is interesting. No shorts today from the AI. I will often mention that you want to kind of pay attention to that. The market is doing what it's doing, but the AI seems to have a bias to the long side today. Not a single short. Okay, so this one was purchased, and look at that. Just same like the other ones. A nice tight 10 SMA holding the price in play. That should be your rising risk management. Look at that prior candle right there. Bounced right off of it on the intraday and still holding. So ideally, there could be some more meat on that bone. And then lastly, this looks like the one loser of the bunch here. Okay, perfect. Well, not a perfect example because our momentum line was actually lower than the AI line. So that will happen sometimes, but I see it very infrequently. And yeah, that one just kind of fell apart. It didn't work. But using my candle there, if you looked at that closing candle and said, yeah, this isn't going to hold, this isn't working, and you've saved yourself a little bit more headache there for sure. Closing candle for me is the key. Otherwise, it's just noise, because that's what the algorithms like to do, is try and hit you with noise. I see the S&P going to highs. Yep. I got logged out of my TD Ameritrade account here. Hang on, guys. Let me log back into that and save that. There we go. All right. RK. Holly stopped trading on my simulated trading account saying broker not connected, but it is showing connected. Any suggestions? Well, is it live or are you simulated account? You told me that. Okay, so all you really want to do is just make sure that this is green and that you're connected to Trade Idea's simulated trading account. And, if that's not the case, try and reconnect. Broker not. Oh, I know what it is. I think it also could be this. See down here, I haven't made any simulated trades in this one yet. Select account right there. So a lot of times, if people have multiple accounts, the first time you touch this thing every day, you need to say simulated trading account. That's what I'm going to suggest is the issue. Every day, the first trade of the day, you got to do that. Yeah, I think that's going to solve that one for you, RK. I'm pretty sure. Because again, every single day you got to do that for your first trade of the day. Or if for any reason it doesn't have that connection, it should say simulated trading account in that little account box. That would be what I would think. But yeah, good question and a good reminder to me that is sometimes an issue. We go through the support checklist and forget that people want to have two different accounts. They have to be selected which account you want to trade in. Okay, yeah. So that was the change. Yeah. Excuse me. The IWM Russell 2000 was doing terrible yesterday and today, but it's also trying to fight back vigorously. A lot of morning selling and afternoon buying lately. Perfect. I'm so glad that fixed it. Yeah. Thanks for the reminder. And anybody else that might be watching realized, oh, I have to select the account first. So that's why we do these support sessions. And that's why we invite people to come in and just learn through discussion and other people's questions and observations. It sure does feel like summer trading, though. The market's kind of quiet. Don't we have some sort of a Fed event today? I thought I heard that. I don't know if it's testimony or the Fed minutes being released. Maybe that's what it is. All right. whatever you guys want to talk about. Looks like I caught up on the questions. Our questions panel is also feeling the summer doldrums. Everything just kind of slows down in July and August in the markets. Fed minutes, yes, thank you, Stephen. That's what it is. I can't imagine there are going to be any surprises in there. I talked a lot last night about the sector that I was really liking coming into today, and that was the solars. And boy, they opened up really nicely, looked really, really good on the daily charts, and then they just all just collapsed into themselves. It's been very, very tricky lately. Look at that. That's downright nasty. I mean, on the opening candle, I was thinking, wow, look at this thing go. I should be in this. And now I'm glad I'm not. And this is one of the reasons I'm not in a lot of things right now. It's just hard. Harder than usual. It's probably what I'm going to talk about next Tuesday night. I start making notes throughout the week of maybe what might be good content for the Tuesday evening webinars that I do for the trade of the week, and started jotting down some consciousness streams of, yeah, it's getting hard. So what to do to try and help people weather when change comes and when things that used to work no longer work. The worst thing you can do is double up and just keep plugging away. That's a recipe for disaster. So we'll talk about next week in the evening webinar some ideas that you can do when things start getting really hard, as exhibited by the opening strength in SPWR coming off a beautiful daily candle and then just a vomit. That's nasty. That's filthy. All right, got some questions, I think. Is there a timeline for the new version with the docked windows? Yes, it's supposedly this week. I think there's tremendous pressure, RK, that they want to get something released this week. So therefore, hopefully Friday before the weekend, there is something to play with on the docked windows. And that's one of the reasons we were kicking it around a lot internally in the developer version, is to save everybody the headache of having to go through some of the sizing issues, and people who had 4K monitors were going to have a big issue. So those things were figured out quickly on our end. But it'll still be a working product for docking and things like that. So in B+, there's no way for a stop as a filter as you decide. It's very difficult to do that, sir. Yes. I think it can be done, but it just depends on what type of filter and how it's used. I've never used it. Again, I know I directed you to Michael earlier. If you want to ask that same question in that respect too, to see if there is any preset filters that could be used and what he recommends, I would value his answer so much more than you would value mine. How do you feel about bib back down to 300? Let's see, back down to, what's it doing? Biogen. Okay, so this was the Biogen. I forgot what that news was. It doesn't matter. What's the chart telling us about that news? Okay, so whatever that news was got ahead of itself, blew off some steam. Some latecomers came in, and then the profit taking started. Right there is where it should have bounced if it wanted to do any more damage to the shorts and good to the upside, but it didn't. So that's when, like, if I was looking for momentum, that's where I would have gotten out. And then it just becomes, okay, well, what's going to happen when these two things meet again? And it looks like here we are. As you can see, boom, boom, boom. There's some selling attempts right here on the daily. So it's kind of guilty until proven innocent. But your question is, what do I think to the 300? I think it's probably going to get, there's a good chance it could be rejected right here at these levels. But I wouldn't say 300 level price level. I would say watch what happens at the rising 50, which is what I talked a lot about last night. So that's probably going to be more like the 320 level. It could try and test that midday, and if it popped back up and closed above with a nice bottoming tail, that could be an interesting setup for a secondary move. Okay, just hanging on some trades. They require way too much attention. Some of them do, yeah. Like that one you showed me. Let's see, how's that one doing? NEGG, right? It's still trying to hold the line. I'll tell you what, the deeper it gets into the day and the afternoon and the more green candles you have on the daily chart, the less and less I start to trust that these things will actually hold and close above, because, that first test, that second test, and then lunchtime, anything goes after lunchtime. I don't tend to have as much confidence in the afternoon. That's when the profit taking starts. All right, Sandy, the trade of the week session is on Tuesday evenings at 5 o'clock. Let me see if I have a short link to that webinar. I've got a bunch of notes here. Let's see. Well, I have the trade of the week, but I think they might also direct you to where the webinar is. Let me go online here on our website real quick and see if I can find webinars, because that's the page we want, because there's a few of them throughout the week. All right, let's see. Probably education, maybe. Daily webinars. Okay. All right, so yeah, it's under education. I'll send that link in here, and just scroll down. Scroll down to the webinar section and input your email in there, and then you'll get notified 1 hour prior to the Tuesday 5 p.m. Eastern webinar. You'll get one at 4 p.m. Eastern that says, don't forget, the webinar's starting. Now, it's probably up on our YouTube channel by now. I know you know how to find that because you're on it here. But if you go to our channel and look, recent videos, recent uploads, they've probably taken last night's webinar and uploaded it. So a lot of the stuff I'm talking about here, I laid more foundation for in that content we did last night. I really want to get this POW to bounce. Okay, so POW is giving me, all right, first step, stop being ruled by the 10 SMA. All right, this candle closed above, and hopefully this one will too. So this is maybe the first step in what I want to see happen on the daily chart in POW, which is get a nice bottoming tail off that red 20 SMA, and maybe close back up here where it started around 860, 865. That'd be fine by me, because that might look at the end of the day like that's the footing it wants to hold for a higher low after it got ahead of itself. And I sold some up here at 999.10. Yeah, that's a good plan, Kevin. If that one we were just looking at doesn't hold after the power hour blessing, you're right. It likely will lose volume and fall. Now remember, there's a lot of people that are getting ready to want to take profits, and the thing that people fear most is losing the profits that they're staring at currently, whatever that number is. And then if that number starts to go down, and then people start to, they get panicked and get me out. That $800 winner is now a $580 winner. Dang it. And so nobody wants that feeling. Everybody wants to feel like they had the best exit possible. And that's why I love that exit that I had on POW. Just looking left, throwing out a limit order that sat there for a day and a half, 2 days. and then I didn't even realize it, but I took my profits and wasn't even watching. Those are your favorite trades as a swing trader, to be in the right trade, to have your offer out there waiting, and then you've anticipated the movement, and you just get rewarded across the board for those types of exits. So, yes, it's like everybody's watching the door, waiting for people to start running, and they want to get to that door before everybody else. And that's what I feel like that analogy is the best visual analogy when I start talking about the closing candle under the moving average. And that's the moment in time. Once that candle closes, you'll see me quietly and conspicuously kind of get up and not try to call too much attention to myself and mosey on over to the door and get out and try and look back later. Most times, usually, most often look back and go, boy, am I glad I got out there, because that was the death knell of momentum, and that's where you got to just say, okay, I'm out and I'm going to move on. That's how I like to do it. I don't know if there's any golf fans in here, but I decided to watch the match last night where they took two pros, Phil Mickelson, who I love, is from San Diego. He's only 3 years younger than I. Grew up playing the same course I did, and then Bryson DeChambeau, who is a very interesting character, and against the two quarterbacks, Tom Brady and Green Bay. His name escapes me, and Rogers. And it was very, very entertaining because you could hear everything they were saying and how they managed the game. And that's why I say and said many times, trading is like golf. It's really just you versus the golf course. There's no one right way to do it. So Phil Mickelson plays with a tremendous amount of feel, while Bryson DeChambeau, if you know, he's a physics major. And he has literally taken the game and kind of turned it upside down and turned it into a game of numbers. So I kind of liken, me, I'm kind of like Phil Mickelson. I have a feel for the market, feel for the game. I know what I do. And then you got somebody like Michael here at Trade Ideas who's just data, data, data. But we both find success doing it in our own way. And so that's really, there's no one right way to do it. There's just no one right way to do it. And I started saying that because that's the feel that I've come up with. Once that candle breaks below the momentum moving average, that's my feel to get out. Whereas other people might go, well, I want to see if this is diverging, if this is crossed, and this, blah. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But there's just no one right way to do it. Yeah, that's straight away. You know, Chris, Cristino, it seems like he's been working on his golf game, so he's got time. Yeah. Um, Interesting story. My nephew was a quarterback in the Bay Area back in 2012 and was highly recruited by Cal. And I had the fortune one day in San Diego to go out and watch Aaron Rodgers, who has a house in San Diego, work out my nephew on a local high school field. And this is before he won. It was the year he won the Super Bowl. And I was just like, God dang, pinch me. Are you kidding me? This is pretty cool. Unfortunately, my nephew had to compete with another quarterback at Cal named Jared Goff. So we know how that worked out. All right, we're not here to talk about football. I will talk about golf, though. I'm telling you, if there's any golfers out there, there are so many analogies. The golf gods and the trading gods, they share the same office space. They have the same sense of humor, and there's the same ironies sometimes. But it really is just you against the course. It's you against the market. How do you want to approach it? You want to be reckless abandon, or do you want to play the odds? Do you play with a feel, or do you play with a calculated formula? Yeah, what I thought was interesting is how they chose those two celebrities for last night. And again, it was very interesting. I think Phil was so generous with his thoughts and how he was setting up and what he was thinking and getting the other guy to say the same thing, Bryson. But they chose the two quarterbacks, Brady and Rodgers. And I guess for an event like that, a live event, and if you again, if you know golf, it's real easy to let your let um, the moment get to you and the pressure get to you. They picked two guys that probably just thrive on that. I mean, Michael Jordan, they probably could have picked him too, but there are just certain people who just want the ball with the last minute in the game, and Brady and Rogers are those two guys. So it was interesting that they selected those two guys for that live TV event. And I didn't see the ratings, but I got to think it went off pretty well. I really enjoyed it, and I look forward to next year. But yeah, I golf. Brad golfs here, the CTO. Um, Dan, the CEO, golfs. We get together sometime and play. So there's a lot of analogies. If you play, you know what I'm talking about. Because if you're trading, I know you're here. All right, so I'll be here another 20 minutes or so, whatever you guys want to talk about. Those home builders were struggling, but they're trying to fight back here today, it looks like. Speaking of the 50 SMA, I talked last night about GameStop possibly being one of those stocks. I mean, let's go back. There's last night right there. Basically, yesterday was a 2 days ago was a toss-up, but yesterday was a definitive close below the 50 SMA. So if you're somebody who's been wondering, should I stay in GameStop? If it was me yesterday, I probably would have got out because that's kind of a definitive close. And now we got today really testing the resolve of the gamers um, on the open, and that very well could be reversed by the close. But here's another day trading now below that 50 SMA, and the 10 is rolling over after you can see the 10 held the price down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 days of testing failed. And then a break below the 50. I'm going to call it. This is GameStop has seen its better days. It's got a lot of uphill battles, a lot of headwinds here to try and recover. Now let's look at the same thing over on the other one, AMC. AMC has not hit its 50, but I'm going to suggest that it's going to test it probably pretty soon. There's a nice juicy gap down there to fill, right at the 50. And the way GameStop, the way AMC looked, I'll tell you, I was in this way back here, but I got out way too soon, and I've just been watching ever since. But I'll tell you what, that's a pretty interesting, juicy looking setup right there. I mean, kind of messy there, but it held again. Could have been threatening to go. Held again. Even on that candle, it's like, whoa, okay, I'm glad I hung on here. Let's go. And then you start to say, okay, this thing's really reaching out on a limb here. This rising 20 moving average is probably going to be my out. So this would have been my thought process on the time machine of going through this trade. Okay, look, it tested. All right, it held that 20. All right, okay, I'm glad I stayed in this thing. Good. Whew. Didn't get out of a good trade. All right, it's not going anywhere. It's not following through. What is taking this thing so long? Okay, and then yesterday, if I didn't get out yesterday, and if we close like this today, I'd probably get out. Probably get out of this thing today because it's broken its key moving averages that it was using and leaning on. So it's broken. If it closed right here, I'd get out at the close. I think Andy's in this trade. I don't know. I think so. Back to that POW. Yeah, giving us a good attempt here. So maybe in the trade of the week from 2 weeks ago, maybe this is the candle right here that we look back on a week from now and go, oh, that was the higher low, that was the spot. It makes sense. But if it doesn't, just like that last trade I just kind of walked you through in AMC, it's going to need to show me something here pretty soon. If it just languishes and goes sideways and then it closes below the 20, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not going to sit here and start talking myself into why I should stick around and ammunition shortages and this and that. And the chart has to confirm the story, and there is a story there, but the chart has to confirm it. Yes, Christina, it was a very, very cool moment in time. I wish Jared Goff had never gone to Cal. You could have seen maybe what my nephew could have done there. But he went to play in Canada for a little while, and now he is in Nashville on a stage with long hair and a beard, playing guitar in a couple different bands, trying to make it in the music business. So good luck. His name is Zachary Scott Klein. That's his stage name. All right, what do you guys want to talk about? We got like 15 more minutes. I can tell it's a little slow. Who knows if the Fed minutes do anything to the markets this afternoon. There'll probably be some algorithm hiccups. But jeez, look at that. A liquidity-driven market. That's what you call that. And when you look at the 50-day moving average on the S&P SPYs over the last 9 months, it's pretty solid for the most part. Well, we are getting a little overbought up here, and we are kind of getting, if you're going to look at channel, look at things in terms of a channel, I'll draw a very crude channel. Kind of getting up close to that level of the upper channel area. Oops. I saw you typing about that. Maybe it was something else. Okay, let's see. Get your hand on the trigger. That's all. BSOR looking bullish on the daily. Let's take a look. Did I not? Is that a Q? Looking bullish. Did I not type that right? Did you mean BSQR or BSOR? Gotcha. Yes, BSQR is still looking bullish, but I'm going to key off of that rising 10 SMA. You've got a beautiful fanning out now of the 10 over the 20 over the 50, and so the 10 SMA is going to be my gauge of momentum. So ideally, as this thing comes up to meet price, the shorts should be scared and the buyers should be aggressive at those levels. Yeah, one divergence with golf and trading. You don't want to drink when you're trading. That'll just be not a good idea. But you can drink when you're golfing, especially if you're not playing well. This year has been one of the best and worst trades. This year has been some of my best and worst trades. It's been a very crazy, volatile year, yes, for sure. Kev. Yeah, Tom, interesting. I mean, I was right there hearing all of it. It was down to Zach and Jared, and I'm like, there's no way Cal is going to let this true freshman coming out of high school from his high school prom 2 months ago, start. They got let him sit for a year. Nope. The new coaches that had just come in. See, Jeff Tedford had recruited Zach, and then once he took off, it was all bets were off, and the new coach Sonny Dykes and his offensive coordinator, they just, rightfully so, they loved Goff. He had better decision making abilities. And my nephew could throw the ball so friggin' fast, so hard, and spun it so well. He broke my fingers so many times playing catch with him. But yeah, I was real bummed when they let Jared Goff. But I could see he was a good quarterback and obviously deserved it all. My best trades of 2021 were in like October and November. A lot of the small cap stuff. UAVS was one that really did well back here. So I mean, a lot of the trade, the UV trade, the NIO and Solo and FUV and let's see, when Riot and Mara were running, those were some good ones. So yes, again, to say what I'm going to say, next Tuesday night, everybody's a genius when the market's doing this. But what happens when it breaks? How do you adjust? Do you still keep going back to the well? Where do you go next? So it's been a tough year, and I'm sure, like myself, a lot of your best trades were back there in November, December of the fourth quarter last year, and then this year has been a little bit more difficult. Trying to think of some other ones. For me, it's really hard, and it was really hard to take advantage of some of the true moves that did come during that period. So like UAVS, I had like three good trades, but they were always the same thing. I was always looking to try and grab a day and a half out of the darn thing. So um, saw this, anticipated this, probably made about that, and then was kicking myself up here saying, why are stocks doing this? So um, my problem was not staying in them long enough. And then I saw this setup right there. Oh, did I like that one? And this one, I forced myself to stay in a little bit longer. It was harder, but I participated in a lot of that, and then still couldn't believe that it made it up here. And then the third time, it's set up for me again right there. Nice congestion right on the moving average. I participated, and this one I definitely sold half up here and then wind up having to get out of the other half like down here. So I think that's probably one of the best stocks that I nailed last year that I can think of. But my day and a half philosophy is something I'll still keep this day. When things are running 10, 15, 20% in a day and a half, you got to take it, because that first day is a nice day. Everybody that participated in got a nice green candle and it closed on highs. Well, people are going to come chasing it the next day. And those chasers are going to be late to the party, but you got to give them a little time to come in and drive the price higher. Sometimes it'll be on a gap. Sometimes it'll trade higher. But usually by lunchtime, I'm out of at least half, if not more, of those day and a half moves, because if you stick around too long, it's like a trap. You're like a fly trap, and you're just going to be buzzing around in that thing for a week or two before it sets up again. I'd rather ride the wave, make a couple of good turns, and then bail out the back, and then look at the horizon again and see what's setting up and paddle accordingly. TQQQ topped out. Is that a inverse ETF? What is that? Ultra shares. Okay, so when you're talking ultra shares, you really just got to go to the source. In this case, the source is the NASDAQ, because those other triples and doubles can get kind of warped like a funhouse mirror. I will say this: we are certainly overbought. I would not be like loading up my portfolio on a bunch of new longs just because I feel like I have to participate right now. And that's one of the things you've got to catch yourself doing when the market turns or when things get hard, and your good trades aren't paying enough, good trades aren't paying for your bad trades as well as you'd like them to be. So yeah, I certainly feel like it's tired. We could go to an indicator such as an RSI, and it would probably look extremely overbought. And let's just take a look. 77. Well, it's almost at 80. 80 is a very high number for an RSI. Let's see. Historically, we hit 80 right back here, and look at what happened. The market fell out of bed. So let's just do that for a second. It's looking a lot like, I think I just froze. Hang on a second. I'm going to do this. There we go. All right. This is what I was going to point to. So this looks like August right into September 2020. RSI got up to 80, and I think that probably triggered a lot of algos and quant funds to say, what the hell are we doing buying up here? And we had a technical sell-off, technical correction. Kind of feel like that's where we are right now, Tom. Yeah. So looking at the underlying, the NASDAQ QQQ, I feel we're very close to musical chairs where the music might stop here at any point and wash away 10, 15 days of up movement. Remember, stair steps up and elevator shaft down. It's just how the emotions of the market work. I feel we're pretty close to that. So I wouldn't be setting up a whole bunch of new long positions right now. I would just be managing what I have and maybe even putting a hedge on if you felt like some SDSs or SQQQ or something like that. Just a little bit as a hedge. Been known to do that. All right, let's turn this RSI off and see if you guys have any more questions. And then if not, we'll bring in Barry. There we go. All right. Oh, looks like we are caught up. All right, guys. Any last thoughts or questions or any charts you want me to look at before I head out? Just try to buy when they're selling and have it make sense at the area that you're doing that. And then, like I said, a day and a half, that second day, catch that momentum, put some limit orders out there, sell what they're buying. It's really the only way. Like an NFL analogy, the defensive backs are so good and the receivers are so good, it's so hard to get separation from the defensive back. Well, chasing the herd when you're trading is just like being covered by a tight, defensive back. Sometimes you need to have some interesting moves and be a little contrarian to try and get some separation and some space out on your own to make the chips fall in your favor at the end of the month. Newmont needs to hold the 200-day. Yeah, I'm still long-term bullish on gold and silver. They're just not very healthy at the moment. But yeah, Newmont, it's kind of feeling the heat there, isn't it, from the declining 20 SMA. But you've also got the, what is that? Yeah, it's the 10 SMA that's kind of curling up and out. So, yes, it really does need to hold this 63 level. I do want to see that. And yeah, Assyria, I'm sorry if you're still here. I'm sorry I wasn't able to answer your B plus auto trading questions as well as I could. But hopefully you'll reach out to Michael and get some thoughts that are better than mine on that. All right, guys, I think I'll let Barry know we're ready to go here. Let's just see. Let's see how my pal is doing. Now you gotta hang in there now. How's that trade of the week doing? Gave a little bit back. Yesterday was, yeah, that was a late day move yesterday. I expect this one to be volatile. It's kind of a low floater. Just close strong. That's all I ask. All right, guys. Yeah, just waiting for Barry. All right, guys. Thanks for the time, the interaction. Barry says he's going to start now, so I'll go ahead and sign off, and I'll see you guys next week. Bye.
All right, guys. Okay, Ija or somebody in the YouTube room, let me know if you guys can hear me now. I know Steve is, I think Steve is either left or he's getting set to leave. Give me a moment here, guys. Wishing somebody a happy birthday. At Trade Ideas. Ah, we have some guys. Glop, glop, glop. Keep an eye on glop now. I'm sorry, guys. It wasn't glop. It was BTU. BTU. BTU on the move here, guys. And it's from the option scanner, and it has some room. Does it have room? Yes, it does. 1061. It has some room. Alert came in at 10:08. All right. So it's 10:17 now. And again, look left. What do you see? The next high looking left on the monthly is 1061, so that's enough room, of course. And on the weekly, it's going to, nothing is really, this is going back. This is going, well, first of all, this is going back when? 2019. So, from all the ones today in the option scanner, that for sure, in terms of how much room it had to potentially move, was the best one. There's no point in doing that, Vishal. There's no point in linking. And no, the answer is no anyway, because we don't link, Brokers Plus does not link at all to anything other than IB or E-Trade. But there's no point in doing that. Just use our simulator and use our real-time data to practice. No point in linking to a brokerage platform's demo account or paper trading account. But you can't do it anyway with TD, with TOS. MGI, let's see if MGI. Okay, so that's the reason. I guess they've just released that. Their Form 8 or 8K, not their Form 8K. There's the reason for it. Look at that pop on volume out of nowhere. Half the volume of the day right here. I'm back. Okay, thank you. Yeah, if you don't want to go to, when at 10:20, when I go into my blurb, I want to make sure people completely understand that if you don't have an Interactive Broker or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? It just means you can't use this Brokerage Plus window to trade from within. But we work with any broker. So yeah, you can use, now we do, and I know it's a bit of a bear to do it, but we have an external linking tool, okay? If you click on tools, external linking meaning this: when you click on an alert, it'll load into your brokerage platform. So all it is a time saver. It's all it is. If somehow we can't establish a link with your brokerage platform, then you got to type the link, then you've got to type it in. Okay? Now, if you want, I think this script still works if you're looking to set up a link. Again, the time-saving link. If you're looking, I can give you a script that I think still works. I'm going to put it in the tech support section, okay, Vishal? I'm going to put it in the tech support section right here. And this is how to establish a link between trade ideas and TOS, TDA, okay? Oh, you got that from Chris, okay. Yeah, so all you have to do is just click on you see something you like, and now you're just going to trade it from within TOS. It's really that simple. So Kebby, go to the tech support section, okay? Go to tech support, and I just posted it in here. TOS linking, okay, with the steps. Okay. Okay, can you not see the tech support tab? You can see my screen, right? Can you not see there's a tab called tech support? Okay, can you see okay, so you see the room. Can you not see so if you can see my screen, you see that I'm pointing at the tech support tab from within the trading room. You can't see that? Okay, I don't know why you can't, but then just go to our homepage and ask for that script, okay? I don't know why you can't see it, but and I'll give you the homepage link. And ask for the script to link Trade Ideas and Thinkorswim TDA, okay? I don't know why some people can't see these tabs that I've got here. You're an off topic right now. You can see that, right? And I mean, if you can see my screen, you have to be able to see these tabs that I've got here, right? Anyway, doesn't matter. Go to the home page and they can give you the script. Well, okay, tech support. No, you don't need premium service. You mean to see the different tabs in the trading room? No, no. Don't need, you don't need the premium service. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Just go to the home page. You'll see a little, kind of a, not quite a pop-up. And just start a live discussion and just say, hey, can you give me the script? So I can link Trade Ideas to Thinkorswim. Yeah, Lily, that was it. I mean, don't read too much into it, okay? Zach posted it, and that was the reason for the pop, okay? Now, did it last? No, but that was the reason, in case anybody wondered, I wonder why there was this volume. Well, they just released that information, okay? Okay, BTU is still inching its way up. See if there's any news. Okay. Increase in the, okay, possibly because of an increase in the price of coal, stemming from China unofficially banning Australian coal imports and rising demand in other countries as the economies reopen for the pandemic. So this is what, there's some Benzinga right here, okay? Very late start, Tank. Okay, let it rest, Lily. I mean, he posted it because there was the pop, okay? I don't know who you're talking about, who was laughed at, or does it really matter? Okay? Okay, Lily, you know what? I don't know where this is going. I don't like where it's going, so let's just stop right now, okay? As he said, it's rare that a company does, mid-market, okay? Anyway, that's it. No more. All right, guys. What time is it? 1:15. All right, well, like yesterday, which all of a sudden everything started exploding again. We had all sorts of action from about 1 o'clock to 3 anyway. Haven't looked at NEG for a while. You know, you're right. It has not died. I mean, it is not over necessarily. I mean, it got down to what, 47? There's $10. But it's, just kind of sitting around here. Hey, give me a moment, please. All right, guys, definitely watching the BTU to see how, I mean, it's holding that level really well. It's got a shot to the 1080 area, I guess. C-pop, okay, you made me look. This is that crazy China IPO. All right, it's kind of, yeah, I see what you're looking at here. Maybe coming off the bottom here. Off the bottom here. Okay, you know what, guys, just let's just quit it, okay? Yeah, okay, so Zach has the last word, okay? Are you happy, Lily? All right, PFSW. Let's take a look at PFSW. So there it is above yesterday's high. And what sort of room is this? I think I stretched this back a little bit. I don't see any resistance until 2018, so that's about 3 years away. Okay, I'm going to delete that one. It's over. It's over. Okay, William, it's all over. Let's. Yes, a question. Um. Yes. No. Okay. Sorry, G Trade. Well, yes and no. In Brokerage Plus, you can do it. Okay. Okay. So not on the exit here though. You can only put the entry. Okay. Actions. Well, the entry. I mean, anything. Okay. I mean, you know how to put you know how to put the different sounds. Okay, it's different sounds to the AI. Yeah. No. But you can put a sound here for when you get into a trade and out of a trade in Brokerage Plus, as an example. Ah, okay. We'll leave it in the simulator if you're using the simulator. Okay, just a minute. I have a cat that's driving me crazy. Just a minute. Okay. Okay, Siri. How to put a sound in B+. Executions, I remember now. Okay, so go to executions. Okay, your executions tab and then actions. Okay, and now you can just follow it exactly the same way as any other alert window or, okay. And what'll happen is, for instance, if I take this trade right now, PFSW, I buy it, I hear my sound I just hear a sound. Okay? And when I exit, flatten, I hear a sound. Same sound. Okay? So again, have to have your executions tab. And then just right click, actions, and then just follow this window. Okay? All right, guys. Let's see. Well, the BTU is starting to move a little bit here. Can I get up to that 1080 level? I'm not asking the question. That is rhetorical, of course. I don't expect an answer. It's going to be interesting to see what happens with DIDI going forward. DIDI, again, beaten up horribly with the China crackdown, and specifically it and other companies, but really they nailed these guys. So let's just see, though. I mean, there's some big names behind this company, so Yeah, so we don't typically talk about how much money we made in a trade, okay? Especially if you don't talk about it real time. But I'm glad for you. Yeah, but those, and when you look who's behind DIDI, I mean, there's a lot of egg on faces then. Unless it gets, I mean, I'm sure it's got to get resolved. I think Wave was a relatively, I don't, I, yeah, it was here, and I don't think it was a name change. So yes, Wave was a relatively recent IPO. Yeah, actually 3 days ago. So all right, guys. Well, this PFSW does not want to take out 12 yet. I'm gonna have to put an alert up here, just around 12:03, and see if it takes it out later. Here's another one, guys. IPW just showing up here. IPW, another one of these power companies. IPW. Again, I honestly don't know if this is an IPO. I wish I knew. I just think when I see them so cheap, sometimes I think it's been a simple name change, but it may be 2 months ago. It might have been an IPO 2 months ago. Hit last week. It hit 1065. So it did start trading. Okay. I mean, I do see that it looks like an IPO, but sometimes when I see these and they look really cheap, I sometimes wonder, was it a symbol name change? And it's a low float, 14 million in the float. Again, there's your big attraction, 1073 about 5 days ago, 4 days ago. Okay, well we have four. Well, our provider has 14. I don't know who's right, but close enough. Exactly. We know it's low. Not many shorts available at IB, just under 100,000. All right, let's see if these bottoming tails mean anything. Seller's been trying to knock it down. Let's see if this holds and has a bit of a pop from here. IPW. Let's stick an alert right around here, 772. And look, we just got halted. NEG. G. NEGG just got halted. On the way down. On the way down. Pitbull, did you get that one? Did you get the neg halt from the scanner? Okay, good. Whoa, what a drop for that one now. Boy. It's called shorting the pops, guys. Yes, shorting the pops. These things are just not lasting. It's so crazy, isn't it? You see this nice rise, and then all of a sudden, kaboom! Just wow! Look at the pop for OPNT. Now, do we trust it? This one has no shorts available, so I can't even dabble in this one in terms of shorting. OPNT though just made a new high for the day. Well, of course, most of the things that we see here are probably going to be low float anyway. Most of the things, that I have anyway. Just because I'm looking for things that are moving. How does something move? It has to have a low float, generally. Yeah. So Sandeep, I'm only referring to Interactive Brokers. Okay. When I say no shorts available, it's my bro. I mean, I don't know who you've got. Do you have Interactive Brokers? Your broker will have a way of showing you how many shorts are available. I can only, but if you have Interactive Brokers, it's pretty simple. Okay, if you right underneath your order entry, see where you have your symbol? Underneath it says shortable. You can hover over that. So if you have a faded green dot, that means there are no shorts available right now. If you have a bright green dot, it means there are shorts available. If you have a red dot, it means we won't even try to look for shorts for you. Not from maybe the watch list. I don't know. I'm just looking at the order entry. In order entry, just underneath it, literally underneath the symbol. It's not the watch list. I mean, there may be other areas. All right, so BTU is right back up, but it's pretty, I don't know about that drop there. Just underneath the symbol, Asiri, just underneath the symbol in your order entry, there should be something that says shortable. And there's a dot, green, light green, faded green, and red. If you have a bright green dot, it means it's shortable immediately. You're gonna have to learn your platform a little bit, guys. I mean, you know, but I mean, it's just underneath the order entry, like underneath the symbol. Okay, I can't help Nick. If that's not working, maybe there's a new script then. Okay, so you're gonna have to go to our homepage. Okay, that's all I've got. Okay, I can't expand on that anymore. So go to the homepage, and maybe there's another script. Linking can be, sometimes linking with other platforms if they change something within their platform. But you have to understand, no brokerage platform cares if we can link with them. Not like we work with them. But linking is usually pretty easily established. But if they make a change, to something, the way linking was working may not work anymore. I mean, but they don't care. Well, that's exactly what it does. It gives a buy and sell signal. How you follow will be up to you. You have an entry, you have a stop. That's it. I mean, it's really that simple. You don't have to take it right at the entry. I would probably obey my stop all the time, but that's what it means. It says gives a buy and a sell signal. Okay, this is all real time. All you have to do is, if you have the premium service, load the window before the market opens and just let the alerts happen. There's nothing for you to do. When you say set the price, what do you mean by set the price? This is a real-time alert, and this is all set ahead of time for you. So there's nothing. You don't have to get in right here. You don't. Here's your stop. You don't have to. But this is all set up ahead of time for you. So I don't understand when you mean can you set the price. You mean can you set the price of the stocks that you want to see? If you only wanted to see stocks between $1 and $20, as an example. No. Okay. No. No, you can't do that. But you get so few alerts. And if you're talking about auto trading, I wouldn't do it. Okay? I mean, you don't get so many alerts that you can't, if you look at something, you say, well, I don't want it because it's not in the price range. Okay. You just don't take the trade. Let's take a look at glop to see if it held 5. I don't think it did. Yeah, didn't hold 5. CVS. Let's see what the news was. Following, here's your news for CVS. Amazon Care has approached the company's Aetna to join their networks as covered benefits. So there is some news for CVS. And there's your pop. Wow. Big volume too. But no matter what, guys, with that float, 1.3 billion in the float, I mean, it's up 1.2%. I mean, could it go up 5%? I guess. But you see what I'm saying? There's your float. So, I mean, you're just never going to see, not that you have to always pay attention to the low float stocks, but, if you're looking for a little more action, you're just not going to get it in a stock like this. In terms of percentage moves. Doesn't mean, it's not, you have to be comfortable. By the way, something was, IC was ringing in my ears here. IC just making a new high now. All-time high. Yeah, this is an all-time high now. IC. Okay, give me a moment, please. Yeah, well, did Holly make money in this one yesterday? Let's see. Actually lost in conservative, but well, DDIDI is actually having a little bit of a bounce here now, guys. It's been bouncing for a while. Well, this is not really a bounce, but I mean, it's moving here. And what's the high? 1263 is the high looking left yesterday. I got to refresh my memory about who's involved. I mean, there are some major people involved in this one. And it's hard to believe they're going to, well, use the term stand for this, but all right, guys, we got some action outside my window. I'm sure you can hear. Yikes. Yeah, you're right. Apple has a stake in it, don't they? All right, let's just take a look at Didi here. And Uber's got a stake, 10 cent. Actually, I don't see Apple. I don't see Apple here, but here are your underwriters: Bank of America, Barclays, Citigroup. Well, I'm sorry, these are the co-manager. Here are the big guys: Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, J.P. Morgan. I mean, I'm trying to pump this thing, but I mean, it's just hard to believe that this is going to happen. All right, guys. Time is at 1:56, so it's my long day. This is the day I help out in the Q&A with Brad and Dan at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. Okay. Recycling trucks hard at work. Yeah, look at these crazy. I mean, these just short all these pops, short every pop you. Well, no, I shouldn't say that because next time you see a pop and it keeps going and you've shorted it, you're going to blame me. But man, oh man, yeah, BTU is a mess. In my opinion, BTU is just a mess. I mean, it's too messy for me anyway. Looked like it was going to hold here, and now it's broken down. I mean, listen, I guess it could get back up here, but is that cricket? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Yeah, I mean, Glop is, yeah, it is making a little move here. There is some volume, a little bit of a move out of here, but not much. I mean, it's really got to move. I mean, it's got to get through five. I mean, it did hit six yesterday, or 597, 593. You know, so this could be just a day of it's resting. It could be. My PFSW, okay. Is it over 12? Watch this. Oh, there you go. Not IC, but okay, getting close. Okay, give me. Okay, through 12 now. PFSW through 12. A little low float situation. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, there goes ISE. No, ISEE. I see. Another one. Look at this. I mean, right to the top there. I don't know, were shorts available? Yeah, there were shorts. But this still looks interesting. VRPX, look at the volume. Well, just because it has volume doesn't mean it's buying volume, right? You're talking about on the daily chart? I mean, just because it has lots of volume doesn't mean it's. Well, I guess people were in this room especially. We're shorting the heck out of this, I guess. Oh man, you can see many candles that look like that. When you look, I mean, look at the history of VRPX. Look at all these topping tails. These are months, but I mean, look at all, even on the weeks. Look at them all. It hits, and then people just short the heck out of it. Doesn't inspire a lot. Certainly not to swing something like this. It doesn't give you a lot of confidence. I did say heck. I know. I know. Wash my mouth out with soap. Okay, guys. Well, if it was, there was no reaction. Let's take a look at the SPY. If anything happened at 2 o'clock. I sort of remember reading about maybe there was a little reaction. There's 2 o'clock right there, so there must have been something red. Okay. It just goes to show how. I mean, there's a pretty good move. I mean, there is a pretty good move from the SPY. Excuse me. All right, guys. Look at that bonding that's taking place in the room. All right, guys, I'm sorry. There's stuff happening in the background I got to deal with. Just a minute. Okay. Anyway, let's take a look at the SPY. So yeah, so the SPY is obviously moving on whatever they're saying. Don't know. I'll say that every day. I don't know. If I knew, I would tell you. Seriously, I just don't know. There's obviously some little things happening that they just want to take care of. The problem with releasing something like that is, I mean, I can deal with stuff because I've got access to our dev guys and I can fire a quick question and all that. We release this to our 10,000 customers, and all of a sudden we get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of support calls. It has to be, nothing is going to be perfect. There's always going to be little things, and I don't really know what they are. I mean, I'll be honest, I don't know what they are. I think a lot of it has to do with accidentally clicking on something here and then trying to move it out, and it doesn't respond the way you would think it would do. I know how to fix it, but a lot of people won't. And so if that happens to you, all of a sudden, man, we get tons of calls, not calls, but emails coming in, and it'll be a nightmare for them to deal with. So I think I think it's just the little things that they're trying to make sure don't happen. Sure. Go ahead. You probably know more than I do. I asked yesterday. There you go. Listen, guys, I obviously jumped the gun a little bit. I mean, Dan gets pretty excited about all this, and he should be. I mean, it's a big. I know we're also looking at the charts, which I have not seen, are going to be revised. A lot more you're going to be able to do with the charts in terms of the visual presentation. Now, there you go. So that's kind of that's the biggest fear we've got. Our support people get overrun. Sigma Labs, SGLB. Let's take a look at Sigma Labs, SGLB. Well, and I do, Zach, but I don't think you can hear me now, unless you've had me on all day. Oh, tired of the music for a day? All right, now here's the pullback now for PFSW. Let's see if it can break 12 again. It had a flurry, and you know what? It was done on volume too. I mean, it's kind of what we look for. It was done on volume, but it pulled right back, like we've seen so many of these pops. Pulled right back. Let's see if it can break it again. Well, guys, I'm not getting too many new alerts. That's why I'm kind of looking at the posts in the room. There's real now, though. Real. Let's take a look last month. The low was 1678, so it's approaching last month's low. Now, this was on my scanner as a potential short, and it's down another 8% today. And you know what? I mean, this actually had a nice move for the day. I mean, a little bit of that percent was here, but a lot of it is during market hours. I haven't looked at Bitcoin for a long time now. I haven't seen Mara, haven't seen Riot. So what is Bitcoin doing? Okay, just looking at coin now. Okay, what is Mara doing? It's funny, I haven't seen them for a bit. So it's still over 30, okay. Nah, I mean, your insight on cannabis plays, take a look at this index. Okay? Here's MJ. I mean, let's look at it. Yeah, actually, Real's not going to like this. I think we have a date for the next test drive. I want to say August 9th to 20th. Let's take a look, see if that makes sense, if that's a Monday to a Friday. August 9th to the 20th, yeah. I think the next test drive is going to be August 9th to the 20th. So if you want to be notified exactly when it's going to be, it's a lot sooner than the last, well, it's going to be probably 2 months from the last one. All you have to do is sign up here, okay? And all you're doing is just, it'll just let you know when it is for sure. Test drive is, well, if you're already a subscriber, it won't affect you, but the test drive is for people who might want to try out trade ideas. I think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be $8.99. I think they're trying to, I don't know, $11.11 or something like that. I'm not sure how much it's going to be. Let's just say $10, okay? So for 2 weeks, you'll have access to our full premium service. And if you're a standard subscriber, you can upgrade. We'll upgrade you to our premium service for those 2 weeks for the $10. Whatever that number is going to be. Just give me a moment, please. Bill's a funny man. Yeah, so before I knew how to even pronounce that, in my youth, I always thought that was La Jolla. Why not? Never heard it before. No shorts now at IB. They've all been snapped up for new egg. Well, at Interactive Brokers anyway, William. As you know, I can only speak for them. All right, guys, I'll be right back. What time is it? 2:23. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay, so Sandeep, are you talking about the stops that are automated? Are you talking about these stops? There's nothing you can do about them. You don't have to obey them. You're talking about if you're talking about automated trading. This is what I would do. If you want to take the trade, if you want to take the trade again in auto fashion on the entry, but manage the exits on your own, that's what we recommend. Okay. I mean, if you're going to automate any part of it. Okay. It's just a guide, okay? There's nothing you can do about that. I mean, these are set, but again, if I saw a stop loss and I didn't like it, now again, I'm not auto trading ever. I wouldn't, if I saw another stop loss that I thought, you know what, that's either A, too tight or not tight enough, it requires some charting experience, I suppose. But it's up to you how you trade it. There's nothing there. How you are going to trade it will be up to you. No, nobody's going to say. I mean, the stop price is the stop price. It's automatically generated. Okay. But you don't have to. You're looking at this. What I would be doing is I'd be looking at this as a watch list. You do have an entry if you want to take it. Here's a stop if you want to obey it. But how you manage the trades, I mean, we're always talking about, managing trades on your own really is the best way to go. For instance, let's just take a look at one here. Perfect one, okay? So here's the SGH. The AI got out of the trade, some kind of what I would call an artificial target. Did you have to get out of the trade? Of course not. Look how it was trading. I mean, there's the target, got hit. It was trading really well. You didn't have to get out of the trade, as an example. The reason why there is a target on some of these is that when an overall strategy gets optimized, some of them will have a target. Okay, so the strategy has been optimized for a certain target. However, each individual alert that you get, in my opinion, should be managed on their own. Again, why would you get out of this trade just because a target got hit? Okay, when it's trading so well. Does that make sense? I'm trying to think, and there are other reasons why the AI gets out of a trade. You see, where are the AIs? Okay, so here are the strategies that made the cut, okay? They made the cut because they had the right profit factor, win percentage combination. I don't really get into it too much because I really think people should just concentrate on the alerts. Never mind if it's from Holly Grail, Holly 2.0, Holly Neo. I don't even care about the strategies it's coming from. Just show me the alerts, okay? So that's why I always say, really keep it simple. But these strategies, most of them have a hold time, because they've been look at that, 60 minutes, okay? These ones are actually for the whole day, most of the day. But say 60 minutes. Let's say, I mean, doesn't really matter which one. I don't think there might not have even been one that was alerted from that particular strategy. But imagine that if you were in this trade here and all of a sudden 60 minutes happened and the AI got out of the trade. Why would you? When the trade is still working, just because, the overall strategy has been optimized for a 60-minute hold, but the individual strategy or the individual alert should be looked on its own. That's my opinion anyway. I know that everybody wants to just have this thing automated. Take the price, get in here, get out here, let it run all day long. It just doesn't work that way. Well, the quantity is up to you. I think it starts off with 100 shares or something like that per trade. That's just up to you though. How many you take. Again, Sandeep, are you talking about automated? Because of course, you can take a look, like you already said earlier, that you wouldn't want to take certain ones of these because of the price range. So I mean, let's just say your price range, like mine is, say 1 to 20. So I look at Sue's, I go, okay, 11.50. If I'm going to obey this stop of 11.34, so I'd be looking at it. Do I think that's a good stop? Let's just say I did think it was a good stop. So that stop is now 16 cents away, assuming I get in around 11.50. Okay? So now I'd be dividing 16 cents into how much I'm willing to risk on the trade. If it's $100, if it's $200, if it's $300, whatever that number is, and then that's going to share size me. Okay? See, I really think you should just be looking at the alerts and saying to yourself, okay, yeah, I like that one. I like what it's seeing. I mean, look at Sue's. I mean, what's her kind of not to like when you look at it? Okay, look at the room it's got, in theory. Okay. But how many shares you take will be up to you. Having a stop loss and how many shares you take will be up to you. Well, it does give a price, not a percent. I don't know what you mean by that, Ija. I mean, the smart stop is always a price, not a percent. Unless I'm misunderstanding your question. But that's just subjective. I mean, Sandeep. I mean, they put that in there. I mean, you will have a different size. And the reason being is that it was based on a stop loss. Okay? And probably the stop loss was $100. Remember how you share size. My example that I always use. Let me get rid of all this. Okay, so let's say I want to take this PFSW, okay? I want to take it right now at 11.93. Like, would I do it? No, because it's moving down. But let's just say I wanted to take this trade right now. Okay, so this is what we talk about, share sizing. So if I'm going to take the trade and I'm going to I'm going to just have to get the symbol in here. Okay, there's PFSW right here. I'm going to buy 500 shares. I'm going to show you why I'm buying 500 shares. Yeah, just a second here. Okay, I'm just jumpy here. Okay. Okay, I'm going to buy right at the market. Okay. But before I got into that trade, I would know where my stop loss is. Okay. I'm going to put the stop loss at 1181 just to show you, just to make the math easy. So look on the chart. You see it says 1181, it says minus $97. Okay. That 500 shares, what happened is I said in my account, I can risk $100 in the trade. Okay. This is what I'm saying in the simulator. So why I took 500 shares? Because 500 times the difference between my entry and my stop is 20 cents. So what you're seeing there at the stock size, 138, 1470, what they did was, and I don't know what the risk was, it could have been $100. They took the difference between the entry and the stop and they divided that into, let's just say it was $100. So that's why, you'll have a variation. If my stop had been 11 cents instead of 20 cents, I'd be dividing 11 cents into $100 and getting a different share size. Okay? So what they've done, see, you can, in your AI trade size, you can, based on the stop loss, and that's risking $100 based on the stop loss. Does that make sense, Sandeep? How your share size will be based on the difference between your entry and your stop, and dividing that into, in this particular case, $100. Now you, of course, if you only want to risk $50 a share, or 25 or 200, whatever that number is, it'll be different. It'll be different for everybody. Everybody's not going to be the same. But again, Sandeep, are you trying to automate this? I wouldn't automate it. I'm just trying to convince you not to automate. Okay, listen. Here's what you do. If you're bound and determined to automate, you can use the simulator. You can turn all the Holly strategies on. You just turn them all on. Okay, here are enabled. They're all on now. You also have to go in, and if you haven't watched that video, you should go in and you edit your, based on what? Is it, position sizing? Is it based on the stop loss? How much? What's your limit offset? If you don't know all that, then you really have to watch this video. But before I would commit money to the market, an automation, be it your strategy or the AI, you can use our simulator just to see how it works. Okay? But if you haven't watched this video, it's about a 26-minute long video. It's all covered in there. Okay, Lily. So if you, I'll just send you to the home page and just say that's what you want to do. Okay, and give them your email address so they can take a look at your account. Okay, and I'll put it in the off topic. Well, I'll put the homepage link. Just go to the homepage, start a discussion, and just say this is what you want to do. Give them your email address so they can take a look at your account, and then they'll do it. Okay. Will neg break the high of the day? I don't know. Can? Will it? I have to say, I mean, it's been remarkably good here. You would have thought maybe after this huge pop here and then the drop, that would have been it. I mean, there had to be tons of profit taking. I mean, imagine being in this one at $10 4 days ago. Yeah, well, I don't know. I can't give advice like that. Is it a good buy? I mean, it's been shorted unmercilessly from here by a lot of people in the room. It's gone negative now. I mean, it had news, a worldwide license with Altisa, had the pop, but I mean, it just sold right off. So you tell me, is it a good buy? You tell me. How do you feel about this? I mean, it's just been wow. Look at the XELA guys over that magic 3 and now 310. Boy, this could be really interesting. There it is, 311 is the high last month. Just a little bit above it. But seriously, John, when you're looking at that VXRT, what do you see? Just trying to. How confident would you be? They had their news, and they just sold off all day. Not only did it sell off all day, it's actually gone negative. So how do you feel about that? Again, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but I mean, at this point, there'd be no way I'd be buying this just because, I mean, there's no confidence in this. Now, tomorrow could be another day. Yeah, you can see, this is a few months ago, but the same sort of thing happened. It got all the way up to $25 in that month, so right back to 7. Even last month, got up to 10, sold all the way down to 6. I'm sure they had some news, but you just can't really get going. Meanwhile, XELA on the rampage, guys. Just had to get over that 3 and 311. Wow, 251 already. It's crept up on me. Whew. Okay, guys. So first of all, let me just take a look at my homepage. Okay, so again, I don't go over my homepage really quickly. There's the link. Save the link, guys. Lots of information here. Obviously, here's how you can take out a subscription using this promo code for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the day video that I do at noon. And then these two sections right here. Lots of information. My layout, all the individual scans that I share. And then this is the big education section. You know, the 20 lessons, daily support sessions, daily webinars is the one that I help out on today, Mondays to Thursdays, 5 o'clock Eastern Time. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, a little more information about the AI. Back to basics if you're brand new to trading. It starts off with literally what is a stock. So I gloss over this because what you should do is just save my link. And then these two sections that have got a lot of information, you can look at all of that information whenever you want to. Just save my link. Well, I mean, it's interesting. It's got room, right? If it closes strongly, it's got room. I mean, the next high looking left is, 397 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. And then after that, here's our fantasy area, way up here at 8. So, I mean, it's definitely interesting. I mean, it's had a great, nice month, nice follow-through month. It's a low float. You know, where are you going to put your stop? That's all. Even at IB, there are 1.34 million shares available to short. But you're right. I mean, it's got to close well. But we definitely have a couple of different opinions in this room. But again, we don't. All I can say is that, I mean, this week's been a great week. This is only 2 days, remember, so. KPLT, let's take a look at KPLT. Is this a SPAC? No. XALA guys, I mean, yeah, listen, it could be a terrible company. It could be all those things. It doesn't matter. It's trading well. Look at the volume that's coming in. Doesn't really matter what we think. Do we, should Newegg have gone to $80 this morning? Of course not, but it's possible. What's the float? Yeah, I mean, it's, decent short float percent. The float itself is pretty low. So this could be a meme stock, yeah. I mean, I don't know for sure. But look at the room it's got, I mean, on that monthly chart. Oh, there are people that just, they think every company is a you-know-what. I'll stay in the room until 3. Yes, I will. But that will be it. It hasn't been discussed, Aja. All right, guys, as I start to wrap the room up, any last questions? Not today, no. Excuse me. Body rest day. Excuse me, sorry guys. Love you too, RK. Oh man, that's a throwback commercial. Abundant, that would require a custom formula. Really simple. Have you ever written one before? Really simple. Tell me you've written one before. Ah. All right. I will show you how. Okay. I'm going to go to tech support. I'll put it here. Okay, I'll put it here. Okay, here's how to write a custom formula, and I'll give you the formula. Give me a moment. Yeah, that's it. That's all it is, yes. But if he's never done it before, he has to know how to start. And then the actual formula will be, give me a moment. Okay, so total volume is this. It has to be exact, okay? Has to be exact. That's total volume, really simple, divided by, and then it's got to find the float. I'm pretty sure it's capital F. Just want to make sure though before I put it in here. Where are you? Where are you? Well, I don't use it. I mean, I'm aware of the float, you know, relative. I mean, I'm aware, you know, I just do some quick math. But I mean, if you're literally looking for stocks that are, you know, traded the float 3 or 4 times today, and you want to use that as a filter, just give me a moment here. Just got to find it. Here it is. FL. Okay. Okay. There is your formula. So read that, you know, to create the custom formula, click on the link, etc. And where you see that source box, that's what you'll type in. It has to be exactly, okay? Caps, those brackets has to be exactly. And then you will create a filter, just like any other filter with a min and a max box. So if, for instance, you only wanted to see stocks that have traded the float, you know, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times today, you could use that as a filter. Okay? You too, Kev. Okay, so have you copied how to create it? I mean, it's really, obviously that's just total volume divided by the float. So total volume right there divided by the float as an example. Okay, good. All right, guys, that's it. Let me just get my script ready. All right, thanks for all the help, everybody. And I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. So have a great evening. And we'll see you in the trading room tomorrow. If I could copy better. What? Okay, just a minute. There we go. Okay, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.